Sayer, let's get aggressive.
Vassar 22, Bloomsburg 36.
Sierra, let's get aggressive. Come on. Lot of time left. Lot of time. Here you go. That's right, Sierra. That's right. Go. Place the ball. They're offside. Place the ball. Offside. Man, how the heck are they getting over there? Oh, man, that's bull. Get the ball. Get the ball, Sierra. Good. Get that ball.
Nicole Snyder. Conversion by Mason is good. Bloomsburg 44, Vassar 22. play by number 12, Sierra Thomas.
Plenty of time, Vassar. Let's go. Let's go, Darian.
Conversion is short. Vassar 27, Bloomsburg 43.
Let's catch that ball, Vassar. That's a forward. Come on, girls.
Maybe we all need to turn our brains off.
Our ball. Oh, come on. Come on!
That's it, Layla. Good job. Go, Sierra. Let's go. Get her, Kate. Get her, Kate. That's their ball.
Their ball. I thought it was our ball.
We kicked it out.
Get the ball! Our ball! Get that, that's right. Forward. Our ball. Come on. Up.
now.
Sierra Thomas with the try for Vassar. That's the final whistle, folks. Congratulations to Bloomsburg. 43-32 victory over Vassar. Congratulations to ladies with both and both squads for this game well played. After you clap through, folks, we're going to ask Vassar and Bloomsburg to please join Rich Cortez, USA Collegiate Director of Rugby, here at the middle of the field in front of the scores table for the presentation of the third and fourth place trophies. Again, congratulations to both teams. We're going to kick off here our next contest at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I hit the red.
Yeah, you got it.
Want to? He's got it. All right, I'm gonna go find a ref then. Hey, Emily. I guess they're over there.
All right.
I guess that's where they're hanging out at. Just FYI. Oh, I guess that's where they're hanging out at over there. So we have to find a ref. I'm gonna go find one for this first game. All right.
Is that any of your waters? I'm gonna drink this water.
Before we kick off for the Division II Women's Final, I want to thank our good trainers for St. Francis, who've been out here helping us all day.
Hello, I'm Emily. Okay. Nice to meet you. It's gonna be a good game.
Over there. He's acknowledging us. I want to thank all the Furman volunteers who are out here who've been helping me, players of the Furman team, and also want to give a special mention to South Greenville High School, who has a number of
Welcome back, everybody, to USA Rugby TV and the USA Rugby Fall Collegiate Championships. I'm Alex Goff from Goff Rugby Report. Alongside me is Katie Wurst, USA Rugby coach educator. And Katie, we have here the women's Division II final between Davenport and Winona State. And we're talking a little bit about how these teams got here. They both played yesterday. Davenport coming back from a 26-5 deficit at halftime. They used their power, and there's Moreland, the number 8. What a big, powerful runner she is, and that long 8-man pick was a part of a huge stirring comeback in the second half, setting up Ordwayne for the try. But a great second half for Davenport.
They certainly have a great deal of range here. As you see Burge with the finesse going, she absolutely hands off a player there too. A nice little move to get through. They were just scoring threats all day.
Well, we've kicked off here, and Winona State is in the mostly white jerseys with Davenport in the red. Davenport out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Winona State, the champions out of Minnesota. And already we've got Davenport looking to perhaps exert their physical dominance. That was one of the things they didn't really do in the first half against Bloomsburg. They had it, they just didn't use it, and fell behind by 21 points, but then scored, I think the final score, 43-26. They were dominant in the second half. So first call of the day is a penalty against Davenport, offside, and the kick to touch from the fly half, Catherine Dries, who was part of the 2013 National Championship team, and Dries gets it to touch. Davenport, you got to watch out for Moreland, that number 8. Ashley Burge, really that playmaker at number 10, and Katie Danielle Ordway tries all over the place. 5 tries yesterday.
Yep, they call her Dash as well. Just certainly has been scampering all over the pitch this whole weekend long. Just a really dangerous threat here for this Davenport team.
And already Winona going to Lenora Duhart, their prop forward, their number 1 ground gainer. She takes the tap penalty. She does pretty much everything. Bucky now playing blindside flanker. She's been a lock as well for Winona State. She goes forward, but knocked back again in the tackle. Another penalty. A little bit of a chat. Let's keep the penalties down. Saw a great number of ruck penalties throughout the day yesterday. And Katie, I don't know if that's interpretation. Is it the fact that these players are really ramping up the physicality at the point of contact? I'm not sure what it is.
It is about just, this is the top level of play here too. Sometimes aggression and just the energy level that it takes to get here gets people a little bit, finding these sort of aggressive penalties, which aren't necessarily the most dangerous thing early on, but it can come back to haunt you later.
We're looking at that midfield of Winona State. Wolf and Esters, very, very dangerous at 12 and 13. And Bucky, a good open field runner as a forward. Somebody to watch for Winona State Black Cats.
And Alex, you tapped in on just an interesting sort of lineup change here. Bucky was so dangerous in the lineouts from the lock positions. Now slid over to play flanker for this Black Cats team.
And Lenora Duhart at number 3, the prop forward. Important in tight, but she's an open field player as well, can pass well. So scrum down to Davenport.
Another interesting development for the Black Cats is Courtney Kavanasek, who was missing yesterday. She's a USA Rugby U20 member too, stepping in to play that lock position. Some interesting tactical decisions in terms of getting the team right. Coach Josh Krasinski looking to use all of the different weapons that he has at his advantage.
So another penalty, this time to Davenport. They're going to kick to touch. Good touch finder, a little bit conservative, but they've got to get that line out set up for Davenport. It'll be an important throw in, but the penalty coming down at scrum time. Get that put in ready, but there's so much of a battle going on there. Winona State not able to hold that shove. Line out comes to Winona's side, and that's Hill, the scrum half, getting it moving, trying to use Dries and Wolf and Esters. And there's Esters breaking it out there. Esters has got all kinds of green, but nobody else with her. So she tries to get by, taken down by O'Connor. The Winona State support is there. And ball comes back out.
Lakin, a hard charging runner from Boscobel, Wisconsin.
And that looks like Bucky in there again. Penalty against Davenport, and they're going to go quickly. And this is Duhart. Duhart kind of running slowly, but she's not going down. Takes 3 or 4 players to get her down. So the Black Cats trying to get that ball out, try to use that momentum they have. Out we come. Dries to Wolf, Esters, all the way out to the right wing, and Cron had it, but forward pass.
Again, we talked about really just the hyper intensity around these playoffs in terms of this is the championship match. We have a tendency to get just a little bit too ahead of the pass. One thing, we just have to calm those nerves, take a couple of deep breaths, and just focus on some things that went well yesterday and bring them into this game.
Well, you see how they can break through just like they can with Moreland, the number 8 for Davenport. This was from yesterday. This was that try that they had going, setting up Ordwayne. But you got to watch out for that quick strike ability from Winona State as well. So
Davenport so dominant in terms of scrummaging all day yesterday against Bloomsburg, making some adjustments. Winona stepping up to the challenge.
The kick by Burge. Great playmaker, but a great kick too. It takes a Davenport roll. And there's the fullback. And that was Schultz setting up Cron. Cron didn't have much room to go, and Burge was following up on her kick. Nice tackle. And Katie, I'm very impressed with the number 10 for Davenport, Ashley Burge. She's just a sophomore. She's from Utah, and she's got all kinds of skill.
Yeah, she certainly recently spent time at the Olympic Training Center with the Women's Eagles as well. They're just getting back from Dubai. She's also a 2-time collegiate All-American. Has been involved with pretty much every level of the player development pathway.
A little bit of a balk throw there from Medzelik, and in the end, it's a not straight. And they're going to take the line out now for Winona State. The throw-in is actually from the scrum half here, Kayleen Hill. And it's kind of a low throw, but Black Cats secure it. Set the ruck. The pass, not really to anyone, and towed ahead by Wolf. And as a result, lost. That looks like Burge, again, just struggling through that contact. Where is the pass going? Brown, such an impact player yesterday, but they've lost it in contact. Winona State has it now. That's Kavanich, the lock forward. Out we come again. Bucky clearing out. So is Jerger. And it looks like Duhart has it, picked it up and goes ahead. Another pick and go. And Katie, I'm not sure if this is the way to get through Davenport, but it seems to be working at the moment as Kavanich goes again.
Certainly going with the game plan to try to pull in the defense as much as they can. Davenport's taking the bait.
Again, Duhart. Hill puts it out there to Wolf. Wolf to Esters. Esters breaks a tackle. Esters almost through again. It's there to be used. Wolf, first receiver. She's got Cron with her, but that's pretty much it. DeMars clears out. Duhart off to Cron, and once again, Emily Cron has got to be thinking, would you please give me the ball with a little bit of space? She has about half a foot between herself and the sideline, and so really not the way you want to set up your wings.
Well, credit to Cron for really maintaining her composure, doing what she can with a little bit of space, working with it. But the person who's having a lot of go-forward ball to happen is Lenore Duhart, another collegiate All-American. just a workhorse all day yesterday, was pretty much everywhere on the pitch. Fantastic effort too. Taking a minute now to just tend to an injury.
Well, while we have a player down on the field, want to remind you, BLK is the fastest growing teamwear supplier in the world, is proud to be the official apparel partner of USA Rugby. Visit blksport.com to see how BLK can assist you and your team to go beyond limits known. BLK, it's not change, it's evolution. And Katie, what we saw yesterday out of the Winona State team was that when they got secure ball, when they were able to set a platform for their backs, they were able to use players like Lakin Esters and like Megan Wolf. And here, this is the work with Ashley Burge. And
She's just a great runner there too. Uses a little misdirection. A nice pass over the shoulder as well to Danielle Ordway, who's just such a speedster. She always seems to be in the right position.
And here's the back line for Winona State. They're wriggling out of trouble, Dries and Esters, and working their way with Hannigan and Cron to set up a try in the back line.
And here's just another look to it. That was Lenore Duhart, as we said, just fantastic work. Such an evasive player too. And that's Esters, just such a great finisher for this Black Cats team. Just has a fantastic nose for the try line, gets herself where she needs to be.
And that was in Winona State's victory over Vassar. And
we're still taking a minute to just tend to an injured player. Safety considerations, always priority number one here. And you can also hear from national team coaches and top-level rugby administrators from around the world at 2016 USA Rugby National Development Summit in San Francisco. You can learn best practices at this can't-miss event the weekend of January 22nd. Register now at usarugby.org/NDS. Just a fantastic event there, Alex. Really, you can learn so much. There's a range of information from medical care and coverage, as we're seeing attended to right now, to referee development, coach development as well. As we take a look here at Davenport, taking a minute just to collect their thoughts.
referee development is really an important aspect of the game. And, you know, it's one of those things where if you don't like your officiating in your local league, well, you need to do something about it, especially if you can try and get young people into refereeing. It can really just get them started early. We need young athletic referees, and certainly we need young athletic referees who have a little bit of experience playing Type 5 rugby as well, because of the demands of the game. And we have a good young core of referees here at these championships. Khalil Harrison is our referee today for this game, with John Stevens, who's my roommate for the weekend, and Emily Grambush as the assistants. As player is raised up and about to be taken off, looks like a leg injury, and it's been a while taken a while for them to take care and make sure that she's all right to be able to be assisted off. And I actually don't have a number. I'm not sure, Katie, if you saw a number on that player. And so it's number 4, the lock forward, Bailey Jurger. And that'll be a blow for Winona State in terms of taking off a Type 5 player, but they do have some depth there.
It could be an interesting mix here with Jurger out. Potentially Bucky could slot back into that lock position, did so well there yesterday. So Coach Krasinski having to make a couple of different tactical substitutions at this point.
And they're bringing on Cheyenne Messer in as a sub, and she's not going in the lineout right now. Caught. Lineout throw caught by Carrie Jordan. Criminal justice major. Out and out of Dries. And in there to Wolf. Wolf, the experienced inside center for the Black Cats. And Hill digs it out again. Trying to get that moving along the wing to Kavanagh, but again, not enough space there, a little bit too sideways. And once more, Winona State pushed into touch.
Kavanich, a nursing and Spanish major too. As we said, a U20 team member, but also a collegiate academic honor roll
And
recipient as well.
You see how Jordan just grabbed that loose ball and immediately just put her head down and went forward. Nice kick from Burge. Again, a good rolling kick taken by the fullback, Schultz. Schultz right down on the ground from Burge. Again, impressed with that fly half for Davenport, but out it comes for Winona State. Dries and Wolf and Esters. Esther is tackled, no one with her, and it is stolen nicely by Taffel, the wing for Davenport, and the ball is not coming out of that ruck, and it'll be a scrum down to Davenport.
Match official allowed advantage to go along right there and then brought it back for the scrum. Davenport was able to gather possession of the ball quickly and then brought it back.
Well, isolated runners is a problem, Katie, and we've seen that through the weekend. Players going on a break, but they're in their local leagues are probably used to breaking through a few more tackles and getting through. And their support runners are used to those runners breaking through tackles and getting through. And so you don't really just get on your horse and follow on.
It certainly was an issue for Davenport yesterday in the first half. They just had a lot of sort of individual runs and they needed support to come forward. Definitely made corrections in the second half.
Well, two sloppy things, one for each side, and Davenport ends up rescuing that one. Ferguson, flanker for Davenport. She's a big ground gainer for them. She goes forward. Burge now, the fake, and the long loopy pass out to the wing. And that'll be Taffel.
You mentioned Ferguson has a trial coming up for the All-American team as well, too. She's certainly proven herself, done some exceptional work here for Davenport. Really just has a great work rate and a really hard-charging runner.
She's an excellent runner of the ball, and I don't know, I kind of see her maybe with a number 2 on her jersey rather than a number 7 as she goes up to the upper echelon. Davenport has a tight 5 based on strength, not necessarily on mobility, but we do have to acknowledge that they finished pretty nicely yesterday. So
one of those players that has both size and mobility is Hunter Moreland as well. We saw her in that beautiful 8-mat pick move and then connecting with her backs.
And the ball goes to the tail end. It is won by Winona State. Nicely rucked over. And you see the head down. And stolen by Davenport. Burge once again. But taken away this time by Duhart. And you see that Kavanich is getting involved, trying to get forward, offloading, but that offload didn't go to hand and it went down to the ground. So we've got another scrum. 13 minutes into this game and there's no score. And in fact, Katie, we haven't even been close to seeing a score. It's been a game that's camped out right in the middle of the field.
Well, we certainly knew that this would be a clash of titans here in the collegiate women's circuit, and they're just fantastically really putting a great deal of phases together from both sides and then converting back and forth. Here's Davenport with that dominating scrum that we've seen.
Big shove, and now they're using their backs. Wolf, excuse me, not Wolf, that would be Tennant trying to set up Ordway.
Credit to Burge for saving that ruck right there.
Ferguson again, going with Moreland on her hip. Moreland takes the offload. Quick ball.
That's Midzelik actually with that hard charging run forward.
Thank you, Katie, Midzelik.
She also is another All-American prospect as well.
And there is Overbeek, another big, powerful player. That's the hooker. Bigger than most props you'll see in collegiate rugby. And there's a big run there by the lock forward, Donahue. Burge wants it. She's got Ferguson. Ferguson shows and cuts back, but they saw that coming all the way. Burge again, looking to use Ordway. Back inside to Tennant, who takes a clock around the ponytail. A low pass, a little bit of a rush there. Referee says no knock on, came off the boot. So again, slow going, getting that ball out. and very static at this point. And Katie, you've got to say that this Winona State team is making their tackles.
They certainly are. I think that was Cassie Schultz on that tackle. It was a little bit high too, but certainly had an impact on the ground.
And
so they just popped that ball loose.
You see the cover defense on Moreland's break as she takes the offload from Ferguson. And quick ball, and this was what their more promising opportunities, but that terrific tackle around the ankles by Samantha Wilcox, number 8. That was the one that took down the prop, Midzelik, and perhaps saved some serious problems for Winona State.
What you saw on the other side of the ball, too, was Brown right in there in support as well, something that, again, they struggled with a bit early on yesterday and have so far made some great corrections, leading to a much better start for this Davenport Panthers team. It's great field position here for Davenport. And a great platform that they've built. They certainly do take scrummaging seriously up there in Grand Rapids.
Well, foot was up a little bit early, and in fact, Davenport is a little bit fortunate to get just the ball out of the tunnel because Overbeek was ready to strike before that ball was in.
You see Winona making a couple adjustments there too. Really, it's about, regardless of size, what it is, it's just body position and good core strength. These are exactly the tools you need if you're going up against an opponent that has you in size.
Carrie Jordan, Hannah DeMars, and Lenora Duhart, the front row for Winona State. Karen Brown, Veronica Overbeek, and Allison Midzelinik for Davenport. Telescan puts it in. Moreland picks it up. Moreland's going through. Does she have support? She is taken down. Ferguson clears out. Burge now out to Tennant. Tennant can't get the handle though. And it'll be a knock on. And Katie, that was all just a case of get it in your hands and hold on to it, and maybe we got a try coming.
Certainly, she saw the space in front of her, and it happens so often with all levels of play. As you start to see that try line, you're getting closer. Take your eyes off the ball for the last second, and that's when those knock-ons start to happen. But fortunately for Davenport, they're awarded a scrum, which has been something they've been doing quite well.
And that scrum gets that go forward, gets that platform. Moreland able to make that 8-man pick, going on the open side, forcing Catherine Dries, the fly half, to tackle her, which she did do. So the Black Cats, the put in, but look at that shove. Davenport able to put the shove on, but not able to get the ball. Referee calls it back. Referee Harrison calls it back for a scrum infraction. Oh, using the hands to rescue that ball. That's some risky work in the scrum to release your hand out and bring it down. You can do it, and you see how the scrum shove here, Katie, was so dominant from Davenport. And Winona State seemed to come out with it in the end.
And that was Nadia Nassov that picked up the ball too, showing some good pace. Unfortunately, they brought it back. We've seen a number of scrum infractions. It really is what starts to happen. It makes you buckle mentally when you're being dominated and going backwards all game.
And that will set up a penalty attempt for the Panthers. And the kick from Hannah Tennant is up, but it is away. And the referee is going to have a little bit of a chat with the assistant referees.
It was a good decision in theory, not necessarily execution there. To get points early, since we said we've really almost no opportunities for scoring so far, so if anything's afforded, it's a good thing to take on.
And so we'll have the 22 dropout for Winona State. And this is all about points, isn't it? And the kick is deep. It's caught nicely by Taffel. And the pick and go, the first pick and go from the Panthers. Good solid clear out there from Ferguson. And now they're using their forwards to get through that second channel. You saw Overbeek get over the ball. Berge using her forwards. Tennant taken down, but Medzelik rescuing that. Berge again. Tries to get past Duhart. Duhart has her.
Such a difficult challenge to get past Duhart all game.
Ferguson taken down by Nassif. Tennant now, first receiver. Pops it out to the lock. Jory Smith. But they've lost it in that ruck, and that was nicely secured by Winona State, and suddenly turnover ball. A great chance here for Esters. Esters fakes it. Esters goes up the middle, and Lakin Esters is just dragged down by Catherine O'Connor. A lot of upright bodies here, as it took a while for them to get all the way down that field. But now we've got Kavanich. Kavanich trying to send it out wide. Maybe Hannigan can get there, Rachel Hannigan, but not the best pass in the world, and ends up being knocked forward. And Katie, just a little bit of skill breakdown at key moments.
You saw some good defensive chase there, too, from Berge as well. This Davenport team just holding on. You've seen much more line breaks or great things working for the Black Cats, but Davenport really just getting it done defensively.
There, Lakin Esters, the number 12. That little bit of a fake out to the right wing, out to Emily Cron, and then just come back inside. Esters has been good. The Boscobel, Wisconsin native, really had a good weekend. And so scrum to Davenport. Telescan gets it out. Berge, good kicker. She doesn't ask too much of her kicks. She knows she can kick a nice line drive that'll roll, and she tends to do that, and that kick gives a bit of a breathing room for Davenport. Still no score here, about midway through the first half here in this Division II fall final. Here at Furman University, I'm Alex Goff with Katie Wurst. And Katie, is this what you expected? No score midway through the first half?
Absolutely, Alex. Just such a great contest, and two teams that are really interesting, tell different stories about their strengths, and they're all both using them today.
Duhart is the first time we've really seen her move, and Bucky sends it out to Wolf. Wolf is trying to go for the corner, but she is dragged down nicely by Francis. And Francis and O'Connor wanted to get on that ball quickly, but they went too quickly down on the ball. Referee Harrison says that's a penalty. And so Duhart says, you know, why don't we just tap this and run?
You saw Duhart scamper after that ball quickly and come back and then take a moment, which was really good indicator of poise. Let's set up some sort of set play, see what we can do here.
Hill. Oh, they set up a wall. We might be going for the old up the jumper move, and they pass it off to Nassif. Nadia Nassif, the open side flanker. Something out of the playbook from back in the early 80s, I think. Liked it. Samantha Wilcox, the number 8. She tries to weave her way through. Another pick and go. This time Kavanich. She's just dragged down near the corner. Another pickup. Oh, they're very close now. Referee's right there making sure Davenport doesn't infringe. And in the end, it is grabbed and taken back over the line and touched down by Davenport. And that will be a scrum 5 for Winona State. Katie, not sure if we've got enough room for an 8-man pick around the right side, but Winona State exerting the pressure.
Going up again, a formidable scrummage from this Panthers team as well, too. So thinking about getting the ball quick, let the backs who took you there get the job done, see if they can finish.
Catherine Dries standing off for Winona State. Well, Wilcox has to do a lot of work to try and rescue that ball at the back of the scrum. Does enough. Dries, Esters, Dries on the loop. Wolf getting the full back. Schultz in the line. She goes to the try line, dishes it off, and try Winona State.
That looked like Rachel Hannigan, I think that was. Just a wing out there. As we said, make sure you can spread the ball wide. They had plenty of space to work with. Davenport just wasn't able to get across there. Credit for protecting that ball from the number 8 as well, Wilcox.
Nassif did the clear out, and there was the loop move. And then Schultz in there. She's tackled, but just as she's tackled, able to drop it off to Rachel Hannigan. And finally, a wing able to run onto the ball and get a little bit of room. And first blood to Winona State, 5-0. And Katie, Davenport's been in this situation before. They were behind in the first half yesterday and picked it up. And the message then was patience, patience. Let's just run the game plan, use the forwards to put a stranglehold on this. But I'm impressed with Winona State's forwards as the kick is away and remains 5-0. The Black Cat forwards are meeting Davenport in the loose.
Certainly. The difference is about the sustainability of the attack, which we can certainly expect from the Black Cats. Winona State just known for working that game plan quite well, too. And we've seen a differential with Davenport today, too. Certainly much more up for this first half today. Again, such a great contest we have here so far.
And so what can Davenport do to reply? What they would like to do, chase under this kick and try to put in a few hits, but it's taken very well by Hannigan, the try scorer. And now the confidence seems to start flowing from the Winona State team. What they were doing was working. Quick tap now. And out to Kavanich. But she's just driven back.
That was Ordway on that driving tackle. Fantastic leg drive.
And so out to Burge. Burge is met but slips out of it. Long, wide pass. Tennant. Schultz, O'Connor trying to clear out there from fullback. Francis is in there, the wing. The back's getting involved in those rucks. Ferguson, the flanker. Clear out by Metzelik. Burge now again. Tennant. Not really anywhere to go as Esther's kind of corrals her, but Telescan gets it out again. Ordway, so dangerous in open field. She's able to dish it off. But look at that counter ruck from Winona State. They almost stole it. Still Davenport. A lot more urgency now. A lot more physicality in the breakdown. They've got numbers on the outside. Ferguson doesn't seem to pass it too much. She just goes straight up ahead. And she would have been perhaps better off to pass it to Brown because Brown had Melissa Francis, the left wing, kind of all alone there on the left.
We saw some great defensive things there, too, from the Black Cats. Just great low body position in that counter ruck earlier, too. Also saw a saddle roll to get the player off. But Ferguson, so dangerous. They got the ball off just in time. Just probably wasn't looking for support. Make that quick adjustment, and they're off for try scoring.
Good tackle on Ferguson to force that knock on. So it is a scrum to Winona State, but we should expect Davenport to put on a good shove.
The key for Winona State really has been to combat the size of Davenport, is getting low in the tackles. They're doing a great job of that. They're sighting the target and sticking the shoulders in and getting it done.
Moreland, they've stolen it. It's a tight head. Moreland picks it up, the number 8. She goes, she's over. And that was all about the shove, initial shove as the ball was put in. Then they're able to steal it. Overbeek's able to hook it back, and Moreland picks it up, goes left, takes 3 people over with her.
Spoke a bit too soon about that tackling right there. Moreland really just making it so difficult. Good shove, great pickup. There's 1 missed tackle, 2 just trying up around the shoulders. You've got to get lower, but Moreland's such a formidable runner. She just absolutely owns that space at the back of the scrum, and a great weapon for the Panthers.
And if you can't get low, get in front of her so when she touches down, your body is underneath that ball. Tennant with the conversion attempt, and it is up, it is good, and Davenport replies exactly what we talked about. What's the reply? The reply is very impressive, and Davenport is now ahead 7-5.
And Davenport really just riding the back of that Great scrum platform they have too, utilizing their forwards. It's really about a power game here for them, but they certainly have some dangerous backs that can run too. This is a critical next couple of minutes here for Winona to see how they can answer back.
And the kick, long, deep one. And a nice little return there from Taffel. And the forwards again from Davenport.
Nice defensive launch there from the Black Cats.
And that was Burge trying to go a little bit around to the right side. I'm not sure if that was going to work for them. And in fact, they've lost the ball. Not a great option, and it works out nicely for Winona State. Esters again. Come tackle me, she says. There's a scrum half. Kayleen Hill trying to snipe around the left side. One more surge. Good clear out from several Winona State forwards. And again, the pick and the go. Looks like there might have been Kavanich. And the pick and go again.
A great control drive here from Winona State.
And then we've got Dries trying to set up Esters for Wolf. Wolf is all alone. Oh, she pops it up. That was exactly what she needed to do because there was no one there. Nadia Nassif coming around like a good number 7, but it just bounced off her torso and onto the ground, so there'll be a knock-on by Winona State. But some better continuity, Katie, from Winona State.
Certainly, Nassif just looked like her hands weren't quite ready to make that pass. Wasn't anticipating that it was coming to her, but great position. Good job kind of getting in support there. Davenport will take another scrum. Critical to make sure defensively that you can get off and block off whatever's going on with that 8-man pick, which has been dangerous so far.
The scrum seems to be owned by Davenport at this point. Telescan ready to put it in for Davenport. Again, got a little bit of discussion here about the cadence and the timing of the hit. You get that first hit in, something they've been trying to guard against the whole battle about getting in there first. Referee's supposed to just ease everybody together, but still there's an advantage to the angle, especially if you're overpowered.
That's Khalil Harrison there. Winona State trying to do what they can to sort of manage this. You'll see that a lot when one team's dominant. They'll be starting to do a little bit different types of techniques or something that they can do just to maintain ball possession.
So now 7 minutes left in this first half. Division II final for women. Winona State scored first. It was a backline break and a backline try at the end of it. They've stolen that scrum. That was just poorly controlled by Davenport. The run from Bucky. And Bucky is tackled, and Bucky tried to say, well, I'm not held in the tackle, so I'm going to get back up. And we see a lot of players try and play that game with referees, but she was held in the tackle. So as she stood up, that's holding on. But the kick does not go to touch. It's fielded nicely by Hannigan, who dishes it off. Black Cats back on the attack. Hill digging for it. Dries, Esters, Wolf looking for Kron. Kron hasn't had much room. And when she gets a little bit there, she is taken down by Francis. And once again, Davenport quick on the ball in the ruck. And Winona State making the error.
So quick, they actually looked to have been rucked off their own player at that point. We'll bring it back a minute, too, for that ball stolen against the head by Winona State, starting to sort out this mystery that is the Davenport scrum. Looking to utilize more quickness, getting the ball in quick. When you're moving backwards, it's about as short amount of time as you possibly can stay in that scrum and then get off to the races.
The line out has been a little bit of a mystery as well. Execution in that. And that one worked out very nicely for the Panthers. They've got it going now. Burge takes a run herself, had Ferguson with her. And they dig it out. And they look to use Donahue. Donahue breaking through again. The lock forward. Dragged down by the other lock, Winona State lock, Kavanich, and dragged into touch. A little laugh between the two players. And Duhart helps Donahue up off the ground, but there you see Donahue puts the ball into the other hand, switches it again to make the fend. She does that a couple of times. Really good awareness of how she has to hold that ball and how she has to use her free hand.
Brenna Donahue, a great example of the mobility that this Panthers group does have in their forward pack.
And Ferguson put into the back line, and the flanker goes, runs, runs, runs. She dishes it off, and that is Ordway. Ordway not all the way, as Taffel is there on her hip. Forward slow to get there. In fact, most of them not there. Davenport's tight five is all in the back line, in fact. That is your entire back line. Tight five players. Can they pass it? Well, look at that handling. Fantastic handling and passing out to the one back in the back line, Melissa Francis, and that is a try. And you look at who they had out there in the backs. Overbeak the hooker. She passes out to Medzelik, who juggles it a little bit, gets it to Brown, and out to the left wing. Look at that juggling around, but when you don't have a lot of speed, get it to your speed player, Francis, who gets in there just as Duhart tries to tackle her in the corner.
Quite an impressive pass for length there, too, from Brown as well. Just good unselfish play. She certainly could have just put her head down and bowled over the line, but saw it was a much easier job there to get it wide. Great work try there.
And Katie, that's one of those great lessons from for tight five players. We talk about how if you've got the ball and you're not sure what to do, well, put your head down and go forward, and that's true, but be aware of what you've got around you. And there, obviously they've done some handling drills and some handling practice in training, even as prop forwards, and that helps them. And look at this, the way they just thought about it. That's what they were going to do. They were going to pass it along and out to the wing.
You also see defensive range, too, there from Duhart, chasing down the wing from the prop position. Great example of effort. Certainly a great player for the Black Cats. Just has a motor that keeps going all game long.
Well, with that try, the conversion is missed. 12-5 Davenport. They fell behind 5-0, and they've answered with 2 tries since then. We have about 2 minutes left in this first half, and we've seen a variety of skills by Davenport. We can see the forwards can do something when they're in the back line. It would have been interesting to see had Winona State been able to turn that ball over, because we would have seen the quite speedy Lakin Esters and Megan Wolf up against front row players. That might have been a problem for the Panthers, but in the end they scored. Knocked forward in contact by Davenport, and it'll be a scrum to Winona State. One last shot, perhaps, at scoring before the halftime whistle.
So much talent on both of these sides, Alex. 1 through 15 across the board. Really great to see such range as well, too. We're seeing props make long 7-style passes. We're seeing backs ruck. It's just an exceptional job. There's so much leg drive, too, at any position, and just a testament to the top quality level of collegiate women's rugby we're seeing in these playoffs.
Big shove by Davenport again. But it's kicked out nicely by Wilcox and Hill. And now we do a loop move, and it's man and ball. Ordway forces the knock on, and Burge fakes it. Burge goes through. She doesn't have anybody with her, really, but she is able to set the ball back just enough Davenport still has control of it.
Great identification of a gap there by Burge. She just saw the space and went for it.
Good clear up by O'Connor, the fullback, and then moving it again. Ordway. Student body right, it looks like. And a massive hit there from the center, Esters. And still the pressure comes from Davenport. The ball squirts out of the side of the ruck, and that'll be a knock-on by Winona State. We are right on the edge of this first half. 12-5 Davenport leads. We've got possibly one more shot here. You look at the way Esters meets that contact, Katie. Really nice, hard, legal tackle.
Certainly took her for an elevator ride there too, up to the second floor. Check out Sporting Goods.
But didn't drop her down off the third floor, which was important to make sure she landed on her backside and not on her head.
Yeah, as you said, a very legal tackle too. Good shoulder contact, leg drive. The key being that she went to the man too, not catching the tackle. Just a great effort there. Esther, such a well-rounded player, defensively a formidable tackler, but has been making line breaks all day as well too.
Ball came straight out of the tunnel. It's about the 90th time that's happened this half, it seems. A huge battle between the hookers trying to get a little bit of an advantage. And there's Moreland picking up, going weak. Nice clear out, and everybody ready to go. Brown doesn't get a lot of speed going, but she doesn't go down easily. Burge now picks it up. She waits, she didn't like that, and she waited for the longer pass to Tennant. Ordway got it, but they've got her lined up. Wolf and Ordway, nice little battle going on there. Over Beak. The ruck over by Winona State. They've got it. Duhart. She's got it.
Fantastic counter ruck there by the Black Cats. Duhart picking up the ball.
Cron. Poor Cron. Again, no room. She's taken down. Touch judge flag goes up, and that is the end of the first half. We will be right back after a break here. Davenport leads 12-5 in this women's Division II final.
go live. We got about 45 seconds of highlights.
All right, we are back here at the USA Rugby Fall Collegiate Championships. This is Alex Goff from Goff Rugby Report with USA Rugby coach educator Katie Wurst. And halftime here with Davenport as we look at the highlights from the first half. Winona State drew blood first.
Lenore Duhart caught that off. It was just such a fantastic job. It's a good distribution of the ball here. This was that great, well-worked team try that ended up with Rachel Hannigan doing the honors to touch it down.
And they worked a nice loop with the fly half, Catherine Dries, and using their fullback too. But then there was that steal of the scrum right under the posts. And Katie, we knew the scrum was going to be strong, and Moreland a tough nut to crack on the 8-man pick.
This is a beautiful thing, seeing a couple of props work the ball wide to the wing, who's finishing it. Duhart chasing down too. Just look at that slow-mo execution. Good job there. Handling it. A wraparound tackle there too, fighting to keep possession of the ball. And then she's got support there to get right over it.
Two teams that are used to scoring very high score lines, 80 points, 90 points. 12-5 here at halftime. Big hits, good defense.
That was Donahue taking that restart too. Doing well to keep the ball in.
And there's Ferguson, Michaela Ferguson, their flanker and their chief runner. And I think at some point they're going to realize, Winona State, that she doesn't pass off too often. They're just going to go and get her. Another run from Jory Smith, but Winona State steals it. They end up being offside, but you see the aggression over the ruck, over the ball, and each collision, I'm going to have to call them collisions because they're not just tackles. They are trying to meet them face to face and knock them backward.
Jory Smith, another player that's been contributing a couple of great meters, really coming through when she's needed. Also a 3-time national champion cheerleader. Probably no stranger to some tough hits.
I tell you what, when I coached girls rugby, I loved having cheerleaders on the team. They took coaching very well. They were athletic and had a high pain threshold.
Absolutely.
Worked very hard. So,
it's just one of those great things about the crossover athletes coming into our sport.
Yeah.
They're getting thrown in the air, doing all these different acrobatic moves. So certainly beneficial to her to be in the lineout.
And the ball comes loosely out of the lineout and it dribbles over touch, and it's going to be a lineout to Davenport. And you know, talking about cheerleaders, shout out to a former player of mine, Kelsey Stockert, who's played for the national team. She's a former cheerleader. I remember going to see a high school football game in my hometown, and out she came, cheerleader for Capital High School. So it happens at the highest levels. Ball stolen by Winona State, but the call is not straight. Call is numbers, I think. That was a little bit of an interesting call because Winona State had the ball, so if the call was against them.
Referee Harrison taking a minute to have a conversation with Duhart there. Such a great leader for Winona State.
And that's a little bit of an odd one because Winona State gets the throw in, and yet they had won that ball. So I guess everybody's understanding what's going on. I'm not sure I am. Kayleen Hill
Beautiful
throws
drive.
it in, nicely taken by the Black Tats. And look at that rip-off by Kavanagh. Kavanagh still going. She's got attention, but she's got a little bit of support. Tries to offload. The offload is good, but then knocked forward by Davenport and ends up being a scrum to Winona State. But some really nice running skills there from Courtney Kavanagh, the former USA under-20 team member. And look at her just sort of stretch her legs. She needed to fend off Melissa Francis a little bit better, and she might have been all the way in. but in the end managed to keep that play alive just for a few seconds.
You saw the great defensive work, too, for them to just get a hold where all she could do was make a one-handed pass, which is much lower percentage in terms of completion. But credit to Nazia Nassif to get there. Okay, certainly turned on the gas and then just had the ball pop off of her teammate.
Hill rescues that. Dries rescues that pass. And then Esters thumped down to the ground by Tennant. And again, the hits are hard. Davenport has it. The pick and go, this time by Burge. And out we come. Again with the forwards for Davenport. Smith. Oh, the big thundering run from Midzalek. Brown wants it. You see the toll those runs are taking on the Winona State defense, but they do hold on to it and in fact force that knock on. Overbeek was in there as well.
You've just seen Midzalek, Brown, and Overbeek really just bringing the pain all game long, charging upfield, really making zero attempt to do anything around getting through around them, just going through.
Well, with Midzalek being a medical assistant major, she can trample you and then take care of you after she's done it. Veronica Overbeek is a freshman coming in at hooker. They lost their starting hooker yesterday to an injury, but have seemed to handle it pretty well. The ball has come out the side of the scrum, rescued by Taliscan, but it's going to be a penalty, binding infraction by the Davenport pack, and they really don't need to do that. They've been so strong in the scrum.
Pretty critical penalty here, too. Oh, unfortunate, just missed that kick. Could have got a little extra length there. Just went off the wrong part of the foot.
Yeah, I think she was looking at where she was kicking rather than looking at the ball she was putting the boot to. So a line out for Winona State, but really not much of a gain, maybe 2 or 3 meters. The throw in from Hill, the scrum half from Houston, Minnesota, childhood education major. Now she's skating out wide, links directly with Esters. Esters again goes in. She goes in so high, though. She's being knocked back. Wolf. Now what can she do? Drops it off to Schultz, the fullback, who's been dangerous with the ball when we've seen her use it, but she hasn't been slotting in a great deal. She does lose it in contact. Somehow rescued there by the prop forward, Lenora Duhart. And Ferguson dives over there. She takes it. And all about not enough players coming in to just clear out, and a lot of players just searching for the ball. In the end, I think Winona State might have liked to have seen DeMars or Wilcox get in and just put a shoulder to someone.
There is a resetting the scrum. If you're liking this collegiate action, there's more national championship actions headed to the south. Wake Med Soccer Park in Cary, North Carolina. It's going to host 60 of the best collegiate rugby sevens programs at College Sevens this Memorial Day weekend. You can learn more about it at usarugby.org.
And that ball comes almost through the tunnel and out the Winona State side. So craziness going on between these two hookers. And there's the break up the middle. There goes Wolf. Wolf is looking for her support. She's got Hannigan. Can Hannigan get her second? Another offload. Down to the line, the pickup, the dive, the try. Winona State, huge, huge try for the Black Cats.
Hannigan certainly the finishing hero so far. Got that first try early on. We're not quite sure who was able to actually get that dive over the line yet. We'll take 1 second look.
I think that may have been Lakin Esters running in support. She dished that off to Megan Wolf. Wolf did all that work with the run. And again, Esters was there with the catch and the pass again. Gotta love it when somebody just catches and passes. And yes, it definitely was Lakin Esters doing the passing and doing the forward work of getting to the ruck and picking up and diving over.
Such a diverse array of skills on display there, too. That was some great running forward, good evasive maneuvers, beautiful passing work, and then catching just to finish it. And then really just diving outstretched, that beautiful score of the try technique by Lakin Esters. Such a great player. Fantastic effort, too, for Winona State. If you're Davenport at this moment, you're saying, this is where it counts right now. We have to make a momentum shift occur, because right now the Black Cats are in the driver's seat.
And the kick is good. That ties the game, 12-12. And I have to say that I am very impressed with Lakin Esters and her ability to get involved in a movement 3 times and really just touch the ball for maybe a second and a half total.
Certainly the depth of her game could be attributed to she's a Midwest Thunderbird, too. Such a great program for a number of these Black Cats as well, in both 15s and 7s. So can certainly play both creeds of the game.
Midwest Thunderbirds, they go on tours, collegiate level, under 20 level. They really try to make that select side experience work for them. Retained, the kickoff is retained by Davenport. Ferguson picks it up off her boot tops, and she's going through 3 or 4 players. Quick ball, this works well for Davenport. Burge picks it up off the bounce, out to Mayer. Mayer's been running the ball a couple of times. Telescan drops it off to Midzelik, and she is dropped summarily by Nassif. 7-on-3. Big loopy pass, Ferguson has it. She's met by Carrie Jordan. Jordan kind of drags her down. Good defense from Winona State, but penalty finally, not rolling away from the ball. Trying too hard again to poach it rather than just reset and defend. And Katie, I'm not sure if the hawking on the ball is really working for Winona State at this time.
It's just, again, that a little bit over-aggressiveness around there. Ooh. Oh, so close to keep that ball in. Just put her foot on the line there.
So
certainly see a bit of frustration in her face.
They had it all set up. They knew what they wanted to do, and Emily Cron wanted to keep it in, but instead just, you see how Ferguson is just sort of challenging those defenders. Takes them a while, but right over the ball. No real attempt to support herself, and I think that was Wilcox who dove over. So the win, the line-out win for Davenport. They've got it. They're mauling it now. This looks very dangerous. They go down to the ground. There's a stretch over. Was that Meyer? That's a try.
That's fantastic set-piece work there, too. Great line-out taken in, and then beautifully set up an orchestrated maul. Just went through the corner. Not much you can do when that maul starts moving forward.
Well, it split off into 2 pieces, and the important thing was that the piece that was in front was the one with the ball, and that indeed was Julia Meyer, the captain, blindside flanker, and you saw how there Meyer had it, burst through, just on the line, stretches over, touches it down. Great work, and that's not easy to do, to hold that ball in one hand, especially for the women who usually have slightly smaller hands, to cradle it that way and touch it down with control.
Just great poise there to just get that outstretched arm over. Fantastic effort, too. Just going that little extra inch just to get the job done for her team.
That's an important captain's try, and twice now we've seen, Katie, a try from Winona State, and immediately Davenport comes back down and scores as an answer.
And Myra, this is her 2nd year as the team captain, too. She's originally from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Also a family law major.
And you see how they set that maul. And Katie, they got everybody in on this one.
Their Winona's doing whatever they can to try to bring it down. And that was brilliantly well worked to just split off from it and then went for that corner. Nice work there by Meyer.
On defense, you got to get low. If they're getting low, get under that ball. Kickoff goes over Meyer's head, and it rolls into touch. And so that'll work out quite nicely for Winona State. It'll be a Davenport lineout, but deep inside their 22. It is 17-12. Davenport leads in a game that is probably as close as either one of them have had for any of their league games. And I don't see any panic. I see two teams that seem to be relishing this kind of competitive experience.
Well, there certainly is a great deal of time. We're about 26 minutes left on the clock, too. And just down by a try, there is no instance for panic, too, if you just keep your composure. Certainly Winona State very much still in this game.
Tennant going into contact. Ferguson passes it. Burge has been very active, but she may have lost this one in the ruck. Nope, dug out by Taliscan. Passes, but it was kind of a pass to nobody. Rescued Ordway. Does very, very well, but still Davenport stuck well inside their 22. Penalty, though, against Winona State. And once again, Katie, a little bit frustrating, I would think, for the Winona State coaching staff because the team is defending perfectly well. They have no need to commit that infraction in the ruck.
It's just a matter of discipline at this point, too, just knowing when to back off slightly, get yourself in better defensive position, or when to just really concede and make sure that you can fan out, do something else defensively besides give away the penalty.
Trust is a big part of this game, and trusting your defensive structure is part of it. Winona State has good defensive structure, and they had Davenport pinned in. The kick didn't go very far, though, so still Davenport has a lot of work to do to get out of this hole.
Donahue well taken in the line out.
Burge, Tennant, Ferguson again lining up in the midfield. She's used as sort of a battering ram, a crash ball. Meyer, she makes good ground. Burge, fake, back through. Ashley Burge, she's got one to beat. She's dragged down from behind, though. Anybody with her?
Beautiful pickup on that errant pass as well.
And yes, in from the side. This wasn't really the tackler who came in from the side to steal that ball. So a penalty against Winona State once again for a ball stealing infraction.
Penalty starting to become an issue here for the Black Cats, but just great individual effort there by Burge. Great example of attentional focus. She kept her eyes focused on the ball as it was bouncing towards her. She was able to maintain possession and then went forward. A lot of great evasive maneuvers there, too. Here she is with the pickup. Oh, man, that's great strides going forward. She misses one tackle, two. They're trying to chase her down. Okay, uses that great sidestep in good position there, too, and draws the penalty.
Well, the tackler there was Catherine Dries, but I think it was more a case of she hadn't really released the ball carrier. There, holding on, clear holding on. Lenore Duhart was on that ball very quickly. Taps and goes, and the prop forward has Winona State back on the attack.
Great strength to keep her feet there so her support could come knocking.
DeMars, the hooker. And now the pickup by Bucky. Wilcox goes in there to fix that.
Fantastic extra effort by Wilcox to secure ball.
Nassif, who is on the academic honor roll, but not too smart by the rest of the team as there's a holding on penalty and kind of sealing off. And now we're going to have a discussion. As you predicted, Katie, whereas Khalil Harrison, the referee, says probably no more, kind of tired of this. You've got to allow the other team to play some rugby. We are having too many penalties in the ruck. And Winona State mostly guilty of diving onto the ball while trying to poach it.
Unfortunate end to that really beautiful sequence of some great pick and go forward rugby. Just held on just a little bit too long. Maybe just outpaced the support. If you're sure of that support, then certainly that will reduce those holding on penalties.
Well, I think it's also a case, as the kick goes to touch and a lineup for Davenport, also a case of if you're playing games that are not as competitive as this one, you're used to going into a breakdown situation when there's no support there while you steal the ball. That's a little bit different than when you get there and there are people trying to clear you out. Suddenly, you're in a situation where you're trying to poach the ball when you shouldn't be. And the throw in from Weber substitute hooker for Davenport, is not straight.
That was well identified, too, by the Black Cats there. They saw a bit of movement, opted not to contest in air.
And you
I
see
think it threw off the throw a bit.
whenever they catch it with that outside hand, that's going to be called not straight. That's a good throw from Hill. And the maul is set by Winona. Ripped out. Hill's all alone on the left side. She has one player to beat. She goes on the outside. She's not taken down, to the line. Try. Fantastic try from Winona State. They are rightly jubilant on that one and has set that maul. She ripped it around. She looked like she was just sort of out to buy herself a popsicle or something, and she wasn't really doing anything special, and she just kept going.
Hill, just fantastic confidence, too. You see her just get that ball at the back. It was well taken out here. She just, and here's another look, just her striding upfield, and then she's got one player to beat, too. Good little maneuver there. Nice evasiveness. You see one more defender coming over. She commits, gets herself to the ground, and touches the ball down, too. But really, off the back of that line out, well worked. They weren't really going too many places, and it was at least one of her locks, likely Kavanitz, who actually stripped the ball back, and then she just did a great job to look up and have some field awareness to see that there was no defensive threats in front of her. She saw nothing but green space, and she went for it. Fantastic job to finish by Hill. Exactly what this Black Cats team needed.
And the kick is up, but a little bit to the right, so it'll stay 17-17. A nice little change of direction right at the end by Hill to get around O'Connor, the fullback, who is the last line of defense. And she's not a big player, is the scrum half, Kayleen Hill, but she threw it into the line out. Nice win, as you see. Yeah, I think you're right, Kavanish was the one who made it available to her. And then Hella, just think about going inside, then go outside. And O'Connor kind of dove a little bit early. She protected the ball well enough to score.
That's a scrum half's dream opportunity there,
really
too.
is.
Just getting the ball off the back and seeing nothing but daylight. Really takes a great deal of confidence to step up and make it happen.
And the ball nudged forward by Kavanich on the kickoff, so it'll be a scrum for Davenport. Also an issue there, they just had a switch at hooker, and while the starting hooker, who's Veronica Overbeek, is still on the field, they now have a change as to who is playing the hooker role. And when your hooker gets sucked into that maul on a lineout, that leaves that weak channel open. And it was wide open for Kayleen Hill on that one. We have a little bit less than 20 minutes to go here in this final here at the USA Rugby Division II Fall Championship for women. 17-17, Davenport in red, Winona State in the purple and yellow. I'm Alex Goff from Goff Rugby Report with USA Rugby coach educator Katie Wurst here at Furman University. And the ball squirts out again, some messy scrums. And Katie, we talked about Davenport being a strong scrum team, and they are. But Winona State has not backed down. They haven't given up or ceded the scrum. They've done whatever they can to try and make it work a little bit for them.
You see them just playing more with their head instead of their muscles as well, too. Trying to make some changes, small adjustments, and just playing a really intelligent scrum game here to try to offset their size advantage.
Drive.
Big straight drive from Davenport. That's pretty impressive. But they don't win the ball. And it is kicked by Dries. O'Connor, she juggles it, but she has it. Nicely done by the fullback. And out to the wing, Taffel. Taffel is thumped to the ground. Davenport slow to rescue this at the breakdown.
That was Megan Wolf on that solid hit. Taffel just ran into a brick wall.
Kavanich there for Winona State trying to steal the ball, as was Duhart. We've called their names a couple of times, and the ball not coming out, and we end up with a scrum. There's a replacement now as Hannah DeMars, the hooker for Winona State, goes off. And I think we may see, might be Samantha Blair coming on, I'm not sure.
Good decision to get some fresh legs into this front row as well, too. DeMars just put in an excellent effort. So much work that they've had to do up front. Good call by Coach Krasinski.
And a a cleaner strike for Davenport, but it's Winona State putting on the shove, wheeling it around. Picked up by Moreland, dished off. And that's the winger, Taffel, Courtney Taffel, working her way down. The senior from Saginaw, Michigan. And the pass out, juggled, but rescued again. Midzelik.
Schultz was in on that try-saving tackle, fronting up.
Telescan trying to dig the ball out, but the ruck coming down and very messy. And that was counter-rucking from Winona State, and it ended up being Ferguson trying to pick up quickly and go, and she knocked it on. So a scrum to Winona State. But what about that drive from the Black Cats? That kind of came out of nowhere.
Certainly, like we said, just trying to maneuver, make them work. If they've got more force and power, you're trying to just offset their balance too, which is a good decision. And again, a great tactical choice to make a substitution. It's really tough if you've been playing all game long and you've got a scrimmage against a tough side, then bring somebody in who's fresh and just changes up the dynamic.
Again, a good hold by Winona State. Hill, well, she went around the left side. She's going to go around the right side this time. Dishes it off. And I think that might be Bucky in support of her. And into touch, but made a good 30 meters on that run.
Critical at this point to keep the ball in the middle of the field too, and then just kind of work that game plan and look for the strike points. Basically for both sides, but certainly for the Black Cats as well. Just getting them out of that danger zone.
The danger zone. Ball looks like a little bit of a not straight throw, but I think we are going to blow that up. And little things that are becoming sort of the bête noire for each team. And we talked about the breakdown penalties for Winona State. And for Davenport, their line-out throwing and securing that ball in contact. Too many knock-ons for them. It's been an issue as...
I think that was Jory Smith that just went off.
That's right. Jory Smith goes off, and Amy Plambeck, the sophomore, comes on and puts herself at the back of the line out. And beautifully taken by Kavanich. And now they're working it. Dries trying to set up Esters. The ball was dropped backwards. It's kicked ahead. It's still alive. And this is Kron. Kron with a little bit of room. Cleared out. Nicely done. Nassif. And not releasing the tackled player. Kind of a clear penalty there by Davenport.
I think that was Burrs too, just making the tackle, getting up a little too quick there.
And Tara Talahard, the former Indiana State High School All-Star, is on as a substitute, and she was a little bit over-eager as well. But you see that little loop, and that drop, that might have been thought of as a knock-on, but it was kicked ahead by Dries, and Kron had that run. I have a feeling she was a little shade offside on that kick, but no call. Might have been even looking at the camera angle, I'm not sure. So Hill now with a throw. She's been throwing very well. Kavanich, not a problem with that take. Hello, we've got that maul. Let's get that maul going. Oh, now we're going to spin off Wilcox this time. Quickly out from Hill.
That was Overbeek on that great tackle.
Esters looking for Wolf. She takes contact, popping it out there to Messer.
That's Ordway, I think, making that really striking tackle there. Such low body position when they're charged forward from this Winona State team.
Oh, they're slow, and that ball has been poached, and that is Tennant, the center, taking it. Meyer, the captain for Davenport, charging ahead. Are they going to kick, or are they going to try and run through? Looks like they're going to try and run their way out of that. That's Moreland, the number 8.
Was a bit isolated, but it was able to hold on.
Talahard passes it out. And not a great situation for Davenport. Loose pass, they're stuck back now. They're going backwards. This is what we talked about with Winona State. Their defense has been so good, they don't need to try and steal the ball
Solid tackle right at the ankles there too. They just the hits keep on coming here for Winona State.
Ferguson goes in. And again, good patience defense. Kavanich getting involved, as is Jordan, the prop for Winona State on the defense. And the penalty, finally, they went over and they dove over. And Davenport kind of was just hoping that was going to happen as they ran their players straight up. One pass and a run, maybe two passes, but they weren't going to get too fancy with it. Brenna Donahue at the bottom of that pile. And now Daniel Ordway, I think, will kick to touch, clear it a little bit. Lands right on somebody's backpack next to the production truck. And we're looking how these teams got here. Davenport 43-26 against Bloomsburg, and they were down 26-5, so it was 38 unanswered points in the second half. And Winona State 45-26 over Vassar, and really that was a physical superiority as much as anything else in that game. And Bloomsburg beat Vassar today for third place. Oh, there's a break right now. Ordway, we haven't seen her in space much. She's going to go by Schultz. Can she have the gas to go all the way? She is still running. One more to beat. She's going to be able to get by, and Ordway goes all the way from deep inside her 22. Try for Davenport, and that came out of nowhere.
Well, that's just what pure speed looks like right there, and Ordway just a great, as you said, haven't seen her in space, and once that space offered, there's not much that Schultz can do when you're backpedaling, trying to get in better position. We knew that that was a danger that was lurking in the background too. Great job distributing the ball, getting it wide, and she literally takes it out, runs the entire length of the field essentially, one to beat there, dust that one off, no problem. And even from this angle, you can see her all the way back. Fantastic job there by Danny Ordway. They don't call her Dash for nothing. Exceptional work. And really just a difficult blow there for Winona State, who defended so beautifully for the entire length of the several phases that we had before. Right now they have to regroup, take a moment and say, hey, we can just shove that one off and let's make sure we go back to our game plan. We'll get possession of the ball. As soon as we have the ball, keep it in touch, and we'll see what we can go with.
Well, Katie, that was about the first time in about 30 minutes that Davenport had actually executed the line out as the kick goes over to make it 24-17. And once they won a line out, it's such a great attacking platform. It was hands out. And you saw that Ordway made that fake, opened up the hole, and then cut around Schultz. Schultz made that one diving grasp, and Hill was still in chase, as was Kron, right to stop her from going around underneath the post. That was the best that they could do.
Tough one for Moreland to handle there too. A really great position opportunity here for Winona State. If they want to answer, now's the time.
Well, we've been waiting to see Ordway score. She's been scoring somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 tries a game in the playoffs, 5 yesterday, in fact, and really hadn't seen her do much.
She does it often in a red, white, and blue jersey as well, too, as part of the All-American system.
And there's the Dries loop, trying to work Wolf into it. She's there, but she is so isolated, manages to roll the ball back, so well picked up. Winona State still has the ball. Referee
critical
calling,
turnover.
I think, maybe an advantage here for offside. Again, the pick and go. And referee Harrison says, not rolling away. The tap by Duhart. Duhart, another player we saw a lot of yesterday. Penalty advantage again, not 10 is Davenport. So can Winona State answer immediately? They're right on the line. Now it's slow coming out. The backs want it. The backs have space, but you think it's going to be a little bit of white line fever here. And now we go. The backs. Esters. Wolf. Wolf. She's there. Right back down. Winona State Black Cats make it a 2-point game, 24-22. We've got the kick to come. And Katie, what a great answer.
Oh, fantastic. They certainly did answer the call, too. We heard them talk about it's about heart right now, and they certainly have a great deal of it here as the Black Cats find a try to just really put them back on their heels and say, oh, hold on. There's so much time left here. We've got a good 7 minutes. It's been a fantastic ball game that we've seen here. And really, that was Wolf, just the back line. It's such a brilliant decision as well, too, to take it wide. Really just unselfish play, too, as well. Forwards trying to charge it in. You saw them just suck in that defense, and they had all the space outside. Good distribution, and Wolf was able to finish it off.
Big smile from the Oshkosh, Wisconsin native. She knows how important that is. This is important, too. The kick. And Dries puts it. The direction is good, but the height wasn't there. And you see now the back line move, and Wolf just cut back right into some contact, but right on the line as well, as close to the post as she could get. Punches the air with her fist. Happy, but it is a 24-22 lead for Davenport with that phenomenal kick from Hannah Tennant. I think that's who kicked it. It might have been Ordway to kick that conversion for Davenport. 24-22 with about 6 minutes to go.
Winona State needs to really take care of the ball here on this restart.
And just as you say that, Katie Wurst, they do not. Carrie Jordan would like that back, like another shot at it. But she thought about catching and running, and she just sort of smacks her head a little bit frustrated. But at this point, you cannot give any team an extra chance. And both of these teams have been giving their opposition extra chances.
Important to shake that one off, too. Still got time. And just what matters most after a mistake is how you counter.
Good shove from Davenport. Burge right behind. Tennant looking for Ordway. Now they're going to run a play. They get O'Connor involved. O'Connor is just brought down. Not a problem for the defense of Winona State, but recycle quickly. You see the forwards are skating back in. Ferguson, she's all alone. Good clear out now from her support. Out to Medzelik. Medzelik brought down well. Ankle tackle. And now we look left. Burge to Tennant. Tennant is met summarily by Cron and pushed back. Nicely done by the wing from Winona State. But is there space out on the wing now for Davenport? Certainly looks like it. And Lindsay Bucky, the flanker, does what a good flanker is supposed to do. Gets out to where there's a gap and makes the tackle. We'll take a little bit of moment as the player is down on the field there. And that is Davenport wing Courtney Taffel, the sports management major from Saginaw, Michigan.
Bucky certainly lived up to the mascot there, jumped on him like a wild cat, and really had her move backwards, which is exactly what Winona State needs to do. And we'll take a minute then just to address an athlete that's down, to thank World Rugby Shop, which is proud to be the official online retailer of USA Rugby. You can get all your USA Eagles gear and more at worldrugbyshop.com.
Well, back on the line out now with Winona State. And it's stolen by Davenport. Donahue took that. Up ahead goes Ferguson again. And Tala Hard gets it out. She's digging for it. But they've lost it in contact. They've lost it illegally. And once again, a ruck penalty for Winona State. This time, perhaps it was the right time to think about stealing the ball when you're defending that long. But it's also opening up another scoring opportunity for the Panthers and another opportunity to just work the time down. Davenport wisely calls for a scrum. It takes a long time to get that together. They can drive with it, and certainly, Katie, I think we're going to see a nice shove put on.
And it, as you said, great decision just to expend the seconds on the clock, too. Every tick just spends away the currency that they have to stay in this game.
And there it is, the reset. Anything like a reset. Well, that's good news for Davenport. 24-22, we have about 3 minutes or so left. 3 minutes on the stadium clock. But of course, referee Khalil Harrison keeps the official time. And we have had one or two little stoppages. Not many, though.
Panthers smartly taking their time to set the scrum.
And Moreland picks it up, looking for Burge, but Moreland's going to run. She's going to run through, and she just lost the ball. Her pocket was picked and went down, and then holding on immediately. Hannah Tennant was right on that tackle, right on her opposite number, Lakin Esters, and Tennant forced Esters to hold on and another penalty. So now they call for a shot at goal, and once again, Katie, this serves two purposes.
Such a series of emotions there between Moreland coming at you and then Esther's picking her pocket to come back to then give up the penalty. And now here, a great smart decision to just take some time off the clock, put a couple more points out, distancing themselves ahead.
It would require Winona State to score a try to tie it. The kick by Tennant is up, and it is good. We've got about 90 seconds left, and that makes it 27-22. Davenport leads.
Still enough time, certainly, to have a good restart, get the ball back quickly.
Well, they do it quickly. That's a quick restart. It's lost forward. It's gathered right there by Tron. And very wisely, after the ball was bounced off a Davenport player, the rest of the Davenport players left it alone, did not commit a penalty. You hear one of the players yelling, "Everything you have, let's give it." We've got a substitute coming in. Meanwhile, the referee asks for a little bit of assistance on the call. Ends up being a knock-on against Davenport. And Brittany McLean comes in on the wing for Winona State, and you wonder if maybe she immediately will be asked to do something.
If ever there was a time to get the ball out quick in the scrum and let the backlines do what they've been doing all weekend, absolutely get the ball out wide.
It really comes down to this. Loose ball, all craziness. Dries and McLean try to fix it. Ferguson just surging in there, along with Talahard. But it's a knock-on again by Davenport and another shot at it. So that one struck through and came through the legs of Bucky.
Great opportunity to learn from what just happened, make a slight adjustment, set your feet a bit better, and make sure you can get this pass off.
16 players just putting everything they can into that drive, and the scrum just disintegrates. A couple of players roll over onto their heads. Hopefully nobody gets hurt on that one. That can be very difficult. Everybody gets back on their feet, and that's good news. We're going to reset that scrum.
Prime example of the pressure that's been being exerted all game long, too, in this scrummaging battle.
You know that Davenport just wants to put a drive on this one. And well held by Winona State. Dries setting it out to Esters. Dries loops with her. Now Wolf. Wolf taken down. Bucky straight ahead. Nobody wants to give up a penalty here. All alone, that looks like Jordan.
Support came to rescue there.
Well cleared out.
Duhart's going to need some help as well, too.
Nassif comes in, but it is a penalty. Holding on. Duhart was pretty much alone, isolated. Happens so often, and there is a penalty against Winona State. Will that be it? The kick to touch, referee, and that's going to be it. Davenport University wins the championship 27-22 against Winona State, thanks to a back-breaking long-range try from Dash Ordway. They finally won a line-out, and they scored from long range, and Katie Wurst, Winona State, put everything they had into it.
Certainly, you can say that both sides have absolutely done everything they possibly can to come away victorious. The actual scoreboard slanted in favor of Davenport this time around, but Winona State certainly keep their heads held high. Down to the last second, they were charging on attack, but Davenport really just the victors on the day, thanks to so much athleticism, great talented team play, and a good effort here. And congratulations there, too, to the national champions, Davenport University.
Well, they showed an awful lot of fortitude to Davenport. Twice Winona State scored against them, and Davenport turned around and went right back down to score again. We talked about yesterday how they were down 26-5 at halftime and completely turned it around, 38-0 in the second half to win that game. They used their forwards, they used their scrum. Their scrum was superior, but Winona State didn't capitulate in the scrum. And you see how the players are celebrating now, and they will be getting their medals and their trophy. Winona State Black Cats should not be dejected by their performance. Obviously, they felt they could have won it. I think they could have. And they didn't find a solution to the penalties they were giving up, especially defensively in the ruck, and suitably enough, really, the game ends on a penalty in the breakdown because they just kept giving up those penalties.
Well, they certainly showed a great deal of heart here. Again, contesting to the last second, and Davenport, you see them just having a moment, too, to thank the fans that have come out here, and we'll let some of these images now just do the talking for us.
And there you see the big hits that are going on. This was a very physical game. It was a game where both teams played defensively. In fact, we didn't see any points scored until 20 minutes in. And look at the ball movement by the back line from Winona State.
That was Megan Wolf, just a hard charger all game, getting that ball out to Hannigan.
Congratulations again to Davenport and Coach Greg Tolzon.
And there you see then Esther's coming in support to pick up and dive over. That was a crucial one. And then the drive.
You can hear in the background as Davenport just celebrating their win here. Taking a look at a critical part there was that outstretched arm, putting the ball down. Just fantastic technique to finish the job.
Captain Julia Meyer scoring that try off the back of the maul. Gave them a little bit of thought, but then there was this one off the back of a maul and a long way from the try line, but scrum half Kayleen Hill beating the last two cover defenders. Superb run. And there they are, champions, Davenport Panthers. It says on the screen Winona State, but this is Davenport who are champions, 27-22 over Winona State. And there's the captain, Julia Meyer, led that team. So many hard yards she got, but also she scored a critical try as well.
And there was also a shot there, too, of Danny Ordway. Just really, that was the try that broke Winona State's back. There was just such an exceptional long field. She ran the whole distance of the pitch, too, to finish it. just such a well-deserved individual effort there too, but such a team player too, linking so many times with Burge and a number of other players. Moreland was such a critical player that launched attack so many times for the Panthers.
So Davenport University are the champions. Winona State University you're looking at right now with runners up. They played so well. They looked so impressive against Vassar. And this game could have gone either way. It was 24-22 with just a few minutes to go. When Hannah Tennant kicked that penalty to make it just a little bit more of a cushion. All right, we're going to be looking at an interview here with one of the stars of the game, Danny Ordway, the outside center. And Danny, how does it feel?
It feels awesome to get this far. We work so hard every day. I mean, we practice daily, 5 days a week. We do double workouts. It's just amazing to get this far. And
well,
getting the loss last year really hurt us, so we wanted it really bad this year.
You scored that long-range try, and Daniel, you had many tries over the playoff run. You scoring 4 or 5, 6 tries in a game. This time it was just the one, but how big a try was it for you?
I would say that was a huge try because she took the fake on our pack member back inside. It was a long run, and we really needed that to boost our confidence up, just to give us a little bit more comfort in the game, and I really think that changed the momentum for us.
And talk a little bit also about the forward platform, because they won that line out for you to get that try, but also the forwards have done so much work in the scrums, in the mauls. What is it like to be in the back line behind that kind of forward pack?
It's really amazing because we are confident in them to win their scrums and win their lineouts. They're a really tough pack to go against. I wouldn't want to be with them, I can tell you that much.
Well, it's a team effort all the way. Congratulations, Danielle Ordway and Davenport. Terrific job.
Thank you very much.
And that is Danielle Ordway, Dash Ordway, the outside center for Davenport. She scored that one try. That's all she needed to do. We're not done with rugby here today. We have 2 more games for you, and next up, the Division I Fall Championship between UConn and Air Force. Kickoff will be at 1 o'clock. Stay here at USA Rugby TV for that. I'm Alex Goff with Katie Wurst. We'll be back with Division I Women's Fall Championship at 1 o'clock.
Might be better to put it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good. Oh, okay. No, you want both in?
Yeah, you can put both in there, so that way it's all just in one spot. Nothing.
we're about 5 minutes away from kicking off our Division I Women's National Championship. And we're back to Connecticut. We have a representative on the assistant coach of Air Force competition who's very quickly request the stage.
Good, Brandon. You both hear me?
Welcome back to USA Rugby's Fall National Collegiate Championships. This is Alex Goff from GoffRugbyReport.com alongside USA Rugby coach educator Katie Wurst. And Katie, we have a fantastic Division I Fall Championship between University of Connecticut and Air Force Academy, a rematch of the 1993 Women's Division I final won by Air Force. What we've got here is essentially with so many women's teams going varsity, this is almost like a non-varsity championship. We see some two really exciting, complete sides, kind of a contrast in styles. Air Force, not very big, kind of speedy. UConn using their power, using strength up front. How do you see this going?
We saw UConn, they won the Northeast Conference with a 49-3 win over Boston College, and then went past Kent State 61-5 in the D1 fall quarterfinals. And that was coached by Coach Mark Jordan as well, too. Nikki Sills is a great-looking player, and a couple of others that they have that they'll definitely ask for. And then Air Force Academy is coached by Amy Russard, who's been with the Colorado College for over a decade. She has a small squad, but they have a great understanding of the game. They, too, defeated Minnesota 31-18, my former team that I coached as well, getting through into the quarterfinals, and then Northern Illinois 67-5 in the semifinals. So they've done just a fantastic job, too, as well. Both teams have been tested. They're here. They've earned their way here to this national stage, and we're in for a great contest.
And the big test for UConn, they kind of passed the midterm against Princeton. 22-19 in the semifinal. It was 19-19 going down to the end of the game. And Nikki Sills kicked a crucial clutch penalty to win the game. UConn is in the all blue, and Air Force Academy is wearing the white shorts with the blue shirts and the lighter blue socks. So Air Force Academy, they've won the national championship before. In fact, the Air Force Academy, I think, is the only program to be reigning national champions, national D1 champions in both men and women at the same time, 2003. They won both, which is a pretty impressive feat. Referees for today, Dave Edwards is your referee. Brandon Sortman and Emily Grambosch are the assistant referees. I'm Alex Goff, this is Katie Wurst. And we've already seen a really exciting Division II final for women, with Davenport winning a really close one over Winona State. And now we are preparing for this final. It's all on the line for Air Force Academy out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, and the University of Connecticut, out of Hartford, Connecticut. And we're waiting for, I think, a technical thing with the officials. While the players are all ready to go, they've done all their hyped up cheers and things like that, and they've gone to line up, and then they're waiting for it. And Katie, I don't know, do you think that the chants and the cheers and the huddle ups, are those overrated, or are those an important part of the preparation for a game?
I think it's critical for each team to just go with the same routine that brought them here in the first place. It's critical to get in a habit to where you feel comfortable and you're playing. It's the same game, same laws, no matter where you're playing at. It just happens to be a heightened elevation in terms of intensity. The team that comes away is usually the one that learns to maintain their composure and just go with the same game plans and make adjustments on the fly as they're needed.
And we're ready. The kickoff, and a deep kick taken by UConn. Already the kick back down to the fullback.
I think that's Maddie Midas. He's a foreign area studies major.
Seven, roll. Blue 7. March on the ball.
So number 7 for UConn, Laura Hetherman, didn't roll away from the tackled player.
We're just getting some late-minute additions here to the Air Force Academy roster, just making sure we get some up-to-date information.
And Yara Diaz is going to be throwing it in for Air Force. It's tapped down, but it's loose. It's rescued by Gonzalez, the hooker for UConn. She goes down to the ground, but hands in by UConn. Quick tap, Air Force, the Zoomies, zooming through, taken down by Lazarus. And secured and kicked almost right onto the broadcaster's table here. And already you see the heightened
Mark
contest at the contact point between both of these teams. Diaz, the senior management major, looking into going into contracting for Air Force Academy. Back out to the back line now.
Diaz was also an all-state cross-country runner in high school as well from Queens, New York.
Kelsey O'Brien could not get the handle on that pass out, so fumbled ahead, and UConn will take the
Keep
scrum.
it level.
Yellow, go.
Feet straight. Step.
You hear
Coach!
some good feedback
5.
from the match officials, calling the cadence nice and loud, too.
Set.
Alexa Riley ready to put it in for UConn. Sophomore out of Raleigh, Massachusetts. Human rights and
Mark
history
here.
major.
That was Lily Fontes picking it up there from Hamden, Connecticut. A number of hometown Connecticut players, too, on this UConn
Coach.
squad.
5. Set.
Riley again puts it in. Out solidly. And the change of direction from the UConn back line. You see how they split it off. Tried to get Rothery going. She's taken down pretty comfortably by McFarland, the flanker. But still, they get it out, and another kick to touch. Rolls in. And you hear the referee say they can't go with a quick line out, which you know the faster Zoomies team wants to do because it's been touched by one of the ball
Mark's
handlers.
here.
And again, another throw in by Diaz, the hooker for Air Force. And that one
Not straight.
a little bit on the outside.
What'd you like, Blue?
Fordyce
Scrum down.
had to get it with her
on the
outside
15.
hand. Fordyce, the sophomore from McLean, Virginia, played
Mark's here.
football in high school, was the only woman, or the only girl on her football team, the first one, in fact.
Keep that stable platform, okay? Good work. Let's keep it
She's
that
the
way.
go-to jumper for
Coach!
Air Force.
5. Set.
Zoomies had a little bit of a shove on the scrum last time. See how they make an adjustment there, too.
Held solidly by UConn. Out to Sills. Sills works that inside ball to Gomez. And quickly out.
Play advantage.
Alves.
One black.
Goes
Step
in
back,
kind of
step.
upright, but they're running hard onto that ball. Cox,
One black.
the junior prop,
Step, please. Step back.
she drops the ball, but a penalty against Air Force, and once again to the line out. And Katie, you see the way UConn wants to do it. They want to get there.
Mark's here. How many in, Blue? 6
They
in.
want to get their
6 in.
forwards going, running onto that ball, not just taking
Step
static.
back line. Step.
We
Go,
saw some good
stay.
go-forward running from Cox early already, the agricultural resources major from Niantic, Connecticut.
And we get it out to the fullback, Rothery. Rothery's been inserted in the line a couple of times now. Snatching at that ball, though, and a knock on by UConn. Ferocious line speed from Air Force. They want to get up in their faces.
Mark's here.
I don't think they're going to win this battle on the tackle line by being more powerful, more imposing, because they're not as big, Katie, but they will get up there quickly.
Huskies
Coach!
have the lion's share of possession so far. Air Force looking
Fine.
to change that too with the put in on this scrum.
Set.
Put in. It's won by Air
Advantage.
Force. Trying to go in and offload quickly. There's an advantage against UConn. Air Force again, quick pick and go.
Much better ball protection here from Air Force of stringing together a couple of great phases.
Oh,
Advantage
you see
over.
how UConn just blew them off the ball at that point. And Sills, she goes straight up. Gonna offload, kind of a risky offload, but again, a penalty. Sills, quick tap, Sills, going around into the corner. That's Nicole Sills, almost into the corner. And again, Settling it down immediately, the forwards go running onto those quick pop passes from the scrum half, Alexa Riley. Penalty again
14.
Against Air Force.
Side entry.
Sills, a graduate physical therapy student.
Captain.
So quick to pick up the ball and make really quick early decisions.
We've had
Clearly
several breakdowns here.
an emotional leader here for this UConn team.
Latest one, 2 by 14 in a
penalties
row.
already by
Understand?
Air
Get your
Force
team to clean it
and
up.
referee
Quickly.
Edwards giving a little bit of a talking to the Air Force captain.
Captain, you opting for a scrum?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just say, you know, let's
Mark's
just
here.
stop
Scrum
this.
option.
And UConn will pick the scrum on the penalty. And Katie, certainly the Huskies think that they can control things in the scrum, choosing a scrum on a penalty.
It's a good decision here early on. We've got only a few minutes in. Really test them, see what they've got, and just go for the challenge. Maybe look to probably pick it off the back. Not too much space there, but maybe just unleash this back line. Love to see what they can do.
Riley gets it out to Sills. Again, looking to try and get that switch move going. Really was kind of static, though. And back out again. Sills looking to feed out further wide, trying to get it to Gomez. She's down on the ground. Quick work back to the left, but frantic stuff. And off the hands of Laura Heatherman, the flanker, the senior flanker from Westboro, Massachusetts.
Mark's here.
And it'll be a scrum down to Air Force. A chance for the Zoomies perhaps to clear their lines. Almost 9 minutes into this game, 0-0, but it's been mostly UConn with the ball. And we've been inside the Air Force 22 for quite some time.
Slight concern there with Air Force Academy's line integrity too. We saw a couple of defenders shoot up, but really the gamble paid off, able to get them to ground. But could be something that can become an issue as the game goes along.
Oh, they're going to run it. Now they're going to think about kicking it. And actually nicely executed. Amber Littoral, the freshman, former resident of Korea, kicks it out. And it was a good kick. Didn't go a long way, but outside the 22 now. UConn kind of has to start over. Sills, everything goes through her. And there was the long pass out to Fulch, and she just let it go off her shoulder.
That was Rothery on the miss there too. Just took her eyes off it at the last minute. Here's a great opportunity for Air Force Academy to get something going.
O'Brien through there.
Got it, Rock.
And back again for Air Force. Now they're moving with it. And that was Olafunimayo.
Mark's here.
You got it, come on. Good work, come on.
Looked like they were trying to get her going for the first time. And
Let's keep working on our binds, keeping good binds,
Milayo,
Olatunileo.
Olatunileo Akinlosatu, who's from Seattle,
Bind.
looking to be a pilot.
Set.
She's voted most memorable in high school, certainly.
She can run.
The pronunciation that way.
Hold, scrummy, hold, scrummy, hold.
And then out, Sills, again looking for Rothery to go somewhere. Rothery breaks through this time. Ball goes to hand. But look at that counter ruck from Air Force, impressive stuff. UConn recovers. Back again with the forwards, Cox. Sills now, the fly half. And out to go. And that would be Fulch. And that's the first time we've seen Jasmine Fulch really get her legs stretched out, but she loses the ball in contact.
Had a great bit of pace there too, but do well to do a bit more with ball protection. So Fulch, a senior exercise science major, along with another of her other teammates in the allied health sciences area.
She could have stood to use her support there. Devon Gold on the outside, maybe a little bit earlier pass. Sills, again, working it with Gomez. Slow going. And that's Cox again. She's driven back, though.
Alexa Wright managing to dig that ball out after a lot of pressure under Air Force.
And offside against Air Force. There's the tap. Sills, she'll tap it all day long. She likes to catch those retreating defenders napping. And eventually, though, it is a penalty against UConn, not rolling away, sealing off the ball.
Tough to give up possession there, and good field position there. Just a little lapse for a moment. UConn been very disciplined so far up to this point.
Well, Katie, those quick taps are really nice, but if you run away from your support, a little bit of a problem.
Definitely Sills would do well to just communicate more to her teammates to help them to get up on her level in terms of her go-forward style of play. Because certainly if you run into any type of situation where Air Force can surround you, if support's not there, certainly will be a quick turnover and one that can be dangerous.
One in the line out, nicely done. And now they're working the centers. And that'll be literal. Back out to Martinez. And then Midas.
Martinez training to be a pilot along with several of her other teammates.
Fordyce, former football player. Cowdery. Fordyce again, picks and goes, but she's driven into touch nicely by her opposite number, Jessica Alves. But this was better from Air Force, a little bit more continuity. And emphatic tackle from Alves from UConn, and Fordyce goes down to the ground. She stays there, probably the wind knocked out of her a little bit. It was a pretty loud impact to the ground. She tries to refill her lungs. Yeah, she's doing all right. And you see that how they were doing the pick and go and just making sure they're going forward. And you see Fordyce takes that and just taken down to the ground.
Good aggressive decision at the base of the breakdown there too. Paid for it with a really hammering tackle there. Fordyce, a systems expert, originally from McLean, Virginia. Air Force Academy, so many players from all different parts of the country as well too. A very diverse group, interesting skill sets. We really appreciate their service.
Remember, 5 years military service. There's number 2, Diaz, getting that loose ball, but it ends up being called back for a knock forward by Air Force. And yeah, just nudged a little bit forward. Diaz, you know, hookers will take that gift all day long down the tram lines.
Mentioned earlier, Diaz, a former cross-country runner too, certainly known for having a great deal of stamina, something that transfers very well to the game of rugby. Hopefully she can use that as we get into the final minutes. Critical to be able to have a little bit of gas to keep going.
Ball went out the outside through the tunnel, so referee will reset. But both teams are sort of playing the whistle, of course. Rhea McFarland, the junior, looking to be a pilot in the Air Force. Remember, 5 years military service. Once you get through, you get a free education if you are fortunate enough to be accepted into this very exclusive academy. You serve your country for at
Bye.
least 5 years. We've seen obviously many
Set.
go on for long careers in the military. And the handout, McCowdery put her hand out. Might be lucky that it's just an accidental knock on rather than looking like a little bit intentional. Although I'm not a fan of the intentional knock on penalty and how it's applied most of the time. So good call from referee Edwards.
Interesting
Borderline, okay,
comments
so
too
watch
from
your
Coach
line.
Russert as well, talking about how much
Coach!
they've actually learned from some of the losses they've had against top
Fine.
teams like Army and BYU, have really helped bring the team
Set.
together. Great learning experiences. You always want to challenge yourself to the best possible competition, and that's earned themselves a place here today.
Sills looking to go around the weak side. She sees 3 players. She doesn't back down from them at all. Alves picks up. She's taken down by McFarland. And again, the short ball and ripped out.
No release.
And that's a really
Marks here.
tight call. Heatherman had the ball. Was she down when the ball was ripped out of her hands? Looked like Air Force likes to go for the ball as the player's been taken down. But if the player is
Marks here.
tackled, that means if the knee is touching the ground even, you can't keep hands on her. You have to release and then go back after the ball.
We've seen just a number of these not releasing tackles here too, and throughout this competition of the weekend, just kind of a mark of how competitive people and ball hungry each team is.
Nice drop pass to Rapace, the number 8. And now quickly out to Reed, Emily Reed, secondary math education major. And then Gonzalez. Gonzalez, the hooker. Slow going though.
Side
and
entry. Advantage not gained.
Side entry from
Step back.
Air Force.
Step back.
So they're going into the rucks. And again, more penalties
Mark
by
here.
Air Force. And the kick is a low. Bit of a worm burner. It doesn't matter. Goes into touch. And UConn, Katie Wurst, has
Captain.
another prime attacking
We already
opportunity.
had a chat,
And
Gabe, team cleaning it up
they
with
look
the
like their
need you
pattern
to have your
is
team
very
clean it up.
clear.
Certainly Nicole Sills
Here's your
content to
mark.
just let her foot do most of the work and kick the ball downfield. Air Force has to make some corrections for these penalties they're giving up, because it certainly is translating to territory that UConn is taking advantage of.
Another
Oh.
good win, and the drive now
Step back,
from the
step back.
Huskies. And the break off by Reed. Reed going to the line. She's
No
taken
hands,
down.
no hands. Roll away.
Referee saying leave it alone and saying no hands, no hands. And we're going to see a card, I think, here, because we've seen a lot of penalties. And Katie, you saw the specific instruction from the referee, no hands, and then hands
Captain.
were in.
We had a chat here earlier.
Prior to that, just a well-orchestrated drive coming through as well, too, off the lineout.
So referee Edwards said we chatted about this earlier.
Repeated infringements at the breakdown, okay? All right.
There we go. Yellow
Not
card.
rolling away.
Repeated
Okay,
infringements
understand?
at the breakdown.
Yes.
Pretty clear.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
And a little bit unsure as to
Time
what
up.
she is going to be asked to do was Simone Durier. And she is an Omaha, Nebraska native, is sent to the sin bin. You see here, good win and a good drive from UConn.
You see right about here is where they splinter off, and that was a good decision to go forward there. They still had the forward momentum, but she saw a gap and was able to come forward with it. She ripped the ball out to keep it going, and then the call was made.
Repeated warnings from the referee. We've got a player down. And fans, AIG is a proud sponsor of USA Rugby. AIG is a leading international insurance and financial services organization serving commercial, institutional, and individual customers in more than 130 countries. AIG, a big supporter of rugby in the United States. And help put this on, this great event here at Furman University. Fantastic facilities. Here it's December and dormant grass on the surface, but Katie, still very, very spongy. Not bad at all to fall on as injured player goes back to the feet.
Let's line it up.
We are ready
Let's
to go.
Let's go, White. Line it up, please.
It is
Line
a
it up.
beautiful soft surface
the
here.
5. We have a
The
penalty
players
here.
have spoken very highly of Furman University and their hospitality.
Water off.
Coach John Roberts, a big part of building up this program. And always a pleasure here to come use this facility.
And the tap and go. UConn, remember, has a penalty. Now they have a player advantage. The pick and trying to get over is Cox, the prop. And no, she is held up. Well defended.
Scrum.
Right on the line by Air Force, but it'll be a scrum for UConn.
Marks here.
And you get the feeling with it 0-0, 19 minutes into this game, Katie, that this might be an important opportunity for UConn. Who can make this sin bin period happen? And look at that, getting underneath it. I think that was the fullback, Midas.
And Midas did a great job just coming through the ball and all tackle, getting her hands underneath and trying to lift her up. UConn's going to need to get lower towards the ground.
And there's the 8-man pick. That's Rapace. She's held on. Again, there is no worry from the tacklers here in Air Force. But now we're going to go wide. And Fulch trying to send it out there to Aline. But the ball is knocked forward. A bit of a harsh call maybe. It seemed like it was going to go backwards, but the wing, Alicia Aline, was hoping to run onto that. Instead, it went behind her.
Fulch just passed just a little bit off the mark. Got excited when she saw that green space in front of her. Really, she knew the direction was to keep the ball going towards the outside. Just a miscue that she'll certainly correct as we go forward.
Set.
Cowdery puts it in, spins it out, and the kick angled. Excellent kick, really, by Kelsey O'Brien, the biochem philosophy sophomore. How about that? Go to the Air Force Academy and double major in biochemistry and philosophy. Something tells me there's a good discussion of ethics somewhere in there.
Certainly specializes as an operations research analyst as well too for her service deployment.
Oh, they send Gomez up there on the switch once again. Now with the forwards to UConn, Sofia Gonzalez, Heatherman, the flanker, the senior, and back out to the backs now. Sills, Fulch, the outside center, doing the switch work. They're going to run that all day. On loose ball. And it came out the side of the ruck, and trying to rescue that and trying to steal that was, well, trying to rescue it was Amanda Lazarus, and I think she sort of did, but we ended up calling a knock-on against Air Force. And I have to say, Katie, I mean, obviously, we're looking at two teams with dark blue jerseys, and one team has dark blue shorts as well, and their shirts are a little bit darker. But there has to be a moment where we might see kind of a call. Somebody knocks it one way or the other, and you think it's a knock-on, but really it was the other team that touched it. That's going to be confusing for referee Edwards at some point.
Certainly. We kind of mentioned Diaz as well, too. She was in on that one. She's one of the senior leaders of this team and constantly getting willing to get down and get dirty.
Gold is bottled up very nicely
Hold your line.
by Cowdery. Heatherman,
Advantage.
great big hello.
7.
And Fortney took her down. Sills, again, fakes the switch now. Now we look at the fullback, and that's Rothery. Rothery breaking through. She is taken down by Midas. Midas had a very good game so far for Air Force. What's going to happen in this breakdown? All kinds of mayhem going on there, but Air Force has stolen it. A huge steal for the Zoomies because that looked like it was very promising for the Huskies there. Ball out, not much to work with. And a break out the right side. Did she step untouched? No. The clear out actually by Midas. And Fordyce picks it up. Sends it off to the hooker, Diaz. And that was Brianna Martinez with the run. Martinez again coming back through. The freshman from Arizona. Much better from Air Force. Down a player, and suddenly we're not seeing all those kinds of penalties. And, well, that one, I gotta say, that's a head scratcher, because it was a legal poach by Jay Diggs, and she had the ball. Jessica Alves, excuse me, by Rachel Cox, and Fordyce had the ball, and it was taken away from her. You see that break there, Katie, by the two fullbacks, the break and the tackle.
That was Rothery coming through by UConn. Great pace she showed in the open field. A dangerous runner that we'll see plenty more of.
And there, the penalty went against Air Force when UConn certainly was coming in from an offside position. So a little bit of an odd one, but
Cox taking care of business there on that line out with that short throw.
Heatherman into the ref, and referee getting in the way, and it'll be a scrum down to UConn as referee interference.
We've seen a great deal picking up the ball off the base of the break down there for Air Force Academy, looking to push the pace.
Coach!
Certainly a great fit squad too. Any of these academies has regular interaction with physical fitness, and they do just a fantastic job, but they certainly have size requirements. A number of these individuals are pilots as well too, so relying on great body position.
Riley goes weak. She outstrips the chase from Fortney. And out we go, Sills. And there's the switch with Rachel Gomez, sophomore. They like to run that, and guess what? Cox, it's Cox or Heatherman taking that next run, and they just lost it completely. Rhea McFarland just ripped it out, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. They managed to do it early enough. McFarland ripped it and ran. Excuse me while I protect our monitors from the ball being kicked to touch. And it was a penalty against UConn in that ruck.
Well struck ball there too to gain some good territory, going directly towards middle of the field where we're placed.
And Diaz grabs it.
Diaz and Midas, two of the senior leaders for this Air Force Academy team, contributing a great deal.
And there we see Akin Lesotho making a run. She's still running. Now we see why they were trying to free her up. Not only is she quick, she's pretty powerful in contact. And now the forwards out in the back line for Air Force. Cowdery gets it out quickly. And O'Brien trying to use Martinez. Back to O'Brien. She's got one with her. And that's Cowdery. Martinez picks up, steps in at scrum half. McFarland, Rhea McFarland, almost lost it, but she does have it. And a good pickup by Albanese. And then McFarland again, but they lost it this time. Stolen by Rachel Gomez of UConn. UConn has it. What can they do with it? Well, we're gonna kick it away. Gonna do something with it, and it bounces just before the line. Big difference, a really nice kick away from, and you see the interchange, Katie, between the backs, Kelsey O'Brien and Brianna Martinez out there on the left side for Air Force.
McFarland and Martinez, two pilots that were just grounded by that kick there by Sills, but just really doing great work. Kind of moving together, working, inserting as much as they can from the flanker position too. Just having great diversity in their attack.
And the take by Fordyce is good. Out again, O'Brien trying to get it to Akin Lesotho. Back out all the way to the right wing, and that's Alex Kane. the freshman economics major.
She was dragging Rachel Cox too, just holding on to make sure that tackle was finished. Akin Lesotu, another, just a sophomore as well, a young bright spot here for the Zoomies team.
Winder, Tatiana Winder going ahead. Space Operations wants to work in
Mark's right there on you.
in aerospace for the Air Force Academy, also a scuba diver and a biology major. So we're talking about maybe growing things in space, growing some nice arugula.
Another
in your
teammate,
hydroponics.
that's Kimberly Albanese, who's a space operations, also plays brass clarinet. So many talented individuals.
Brass clarinet like Kenny G. Well, we're at 0-0.
Here we go.
Just about 11 minutes left in this half. We've seen UConn right on the line, and really UConn has had the run of play. Air Force has not really had too many attacking opportunities. There's a terrific tackle by O'Brien down on her opposite number, Nicole Sills. But once again, penalty in the breakdown. Sills taps and goes. And really just silly stuff from Air Force now. Down, in from the side. Albanese. She's in from the side and down on the ball, and I can see how the referee, Dave Edwards, might be getting frustrated at here. There seems to be no attempt by Air Force to really follow the law at the breakdown. We have a player down on the right wing, so I'm going to go check her out a little bit. Not sure how much time we have on our sin bin as everyone gets together for a quick little discussion.
Just wanted to thank Gatorade, who knows every victory starts from within. It's the determination to come up big when it matters most. But no athletes do it alone. They need training and fuel to perform, and that's how greatness comes from within. Win from within.
Well, it's all on a knife edge here in the first half.
And Sills really just expressing herself as a clear leader here, always looking to pick up the tempo anytime that she gets a chance. She's really been converting these penalties that the Air Force Academy is giving up and just getting those extra meters from it, forcing them to make sure that they've turned around and they're facing up to their opponents. And Sills really a clear leader so far.
And you look at the player going down, and oh, you see just sort of, I'm not sure if that was...
She lost her footing there possibly, but really just body position as well. You got to make sure you get your hips under your shoulders if you're coming into contact in terms of safety as well as performance.
And I think that was Simone Durier who ended up taking that injury. So far too many penalties in the breakdown by Air Force. They have to do something about that, because all that's going to happen is they're going to see more and more yellow cards. Finally, a nice take by Alves. And off they go again, UConn, using those punishing runners up. And then Sills trying to work that switch move. And that's Fulch. Almost through, just ankle is grabbed as she's dragged down. And once again, the forwards, Heatherman. Probably about 9 carries so far in this game. And they set up Rapace, and had Rapace taken that pass at pace, that would have been really positive for them. But it was a little bit behind her. But look at this, fend off the run, push, get away from me, out of the road, forearm, battering ram, good body position, the whole thing, just like the coaches teach you.
Certainly love the determination in her face to just go through a couple more
Coach.
defenders too. And also taking a look over her shoulder just to make sure there's someone with her.
Set. Get in.
Cowdery gets
Stay,
in.
stay, Squammy, stay.
It's held. O'Brien, well, she's going to kick it. A little bit of a line drive kick. Gold has it. Gold cuts back inside. Very nice. Another sidestep. A third one. 4 players beaten. Offload. And no, actually, somehow she held on to it. Fulch was in support. Beautifully done by the right wing. Devon Gold
Gold, the pre-dental major as well, too. Certainly has plenty to smile about with that run.
Alves sort of steamrolls Akinla Sotu. And now the hooker, Gonzalez. Gonzalez, though, taken into touch. And some good defense, Kimberly Albanese, where you look at Devon Gold and how she was all alone and she wrong-footed 3 players and then a 4th, and somehow she was gonna pass off and realized that she was gonna be passing to somebody else, somebody from the wrong team, so she held on to it. A lot of good awareness, and Katie, that's one of the things you don't see a lot of. Somebody makes the pass, they don't look first.
Yeah, she did a fantastic job there. Just awareness of where defenders were, and then Fulch came through in
Taken
support
out
too.
by U-All.
Just looking
New
up to
ball.
find that support
March here.
there, trying to make some continuity, continue to go forward. That's really just the key piece for this UConn team, is
White,
just getting
step out.
two to three more phases through, and they'll get what they need done.
The line out ends up being a throw for UConn. And so the Huskies have it, but now some dragged
18, you
into
came
touch.
Offside. Need to stay
And-
back. Marcus here.
They call offside against Air Force.
Points.
And the call is to kick for points. We are in a 0-0 game, and Katie, at some point, cooler heads have to prevail. If you've got a good kicker, let's get some points. This isn't a competition about who can score the most tries. It's the most
Under
points.
15.
And we've seen
Correct.
Nicole Sills doing amazing things with the boot. Certainly, if I was anywhere involved with the coaching staff to make this decision, I'd let her go for it. A little bit of a tough angle here, but she's been spot on so far.
The reason that UConn is in this final is because Nikki Sills hit a clutch penalty at the end of the game against Princeton. This one is up. It looks good, but it's curving to the left. It is out. It's taken by O'Brien. And they run it out, and I don't know if they're good, and that would be a try. That was a
Exceptional.
mistake by Air Force. They started to run it out of their own in goal. That was something they really shouldn't have done. They lost the ball. There was a tackle and a try in the corner.
Just exceptional pressure defense to not give up on this charging run they had early on. Again, just a good decision to just pressure with the kick forward. Even if she missed, she finds herself in good position. There they are. They gave her no time. Just
Well,
Air Force just gave up the ball there.
It was a tackle by Alicia Aline, and I think it was Sarah Rothery, the fullback, who picked up that ball and dove over. But it's all about awareness under pressure. Freshman Amber Littoral is a freshman, probably needed to just touch that ball down. Passed it off, I think it was to Midas. And a try, and the kick, fantastic kick from the touchline. The right-footed Sills shows that she really knows how to get it over. So that one of the other things about attempting kicks at goal, sometimes it leads to a try.
Absolutely. Just a great example of both the head and the heart there. Really making a good choice to go for the points, just a little bit off the mark, hooked the kick slightly, and it really is all about effort, just getting down there, applying the pressure, and that pressure was just too much for Air Force Academy to handle there. And they're able to come away with the try there.
A little bit of composure, deserting Air Force at a critical moment.
And that was Rachel Gomes was actually the try scorer.
The chase by Gomes, and the kick by Sills.
Gomes, a great example of how you just never give up on any type of play, chase it down, you'll see, you know, typically rewarded with effort.
And they're back UConn on the charge once more. Emily Reed. And there, Heatherman. Heatherman takes 3 with her. Once again, you see Air Force trying to rip that ball out. Probably not a good idea at this point, considering as Fonts goes in, considering the penalties they've been getting. Sills, a wide pass to Rothery.
Rothery's been lethal all day from the back line there, inserting at will.
Air Force rucks over that one, but then we call a knock on.
Mark's here.
Things just not going Air Force's way in the breakdown for certain.
You talked about really them going in on the ball, really, too. It's about the shoulder contact to the body and driving through. So Albanese and a couple others just kind of jumping through that tackle, making sure you're keeping your feet is critical. It's part of the laws of the sport, but also just good for performance gains.
Set. Here we go.
There's some conversation back and forth.
Complaining between two packs, and they've lost the ball, and Cowdery has snatched it, and she's run through. And UConn needs to roll away from that ball, it seems. McFarland picks it up for Air Force.
McFarland just taking off going forward there too, but you need to have some friends.
I'll tell you, it's been one-way traffic in terms of penalties. Who's committing them, who's getting called for them, and it seems a source of frustration for Air Force. And that kick, I think, went backwards. Not really a positive thing for Sills. Sills can do better than that. And a little bit of a mistake as kickers. We've seen sometimes they're looking ahead to where they're kicking rather than what they're kicking. Got to look at that ball, just like a golfer is looking down at the ball, keeping your head down. Heatherman's going to throw in for UConn. Still a very dicey situation for Air Force here in the waning moments of the first half. Nicely taken by Fonts.
That's a little bit better of a kick there too. Sills actually gifted Air Force Academy a good territorial position, but they're able to handle it well by executing the set piece. And they're giving them a little bit more of breathing room.
Just a little bit under 2 minutes left in this first half, probably. And the line out, not straight. Accuracy in the line out, critical moments. Air Force letting themselves down, and it'll be a scrum for UConn.
Certainly saw the frustration on Emily Reed's face there, who was the receiver, largely because she saw that she had plenty of space going forward too. Probably wanting referee Edwards to just let the ball be played on.
So Katie, what are the bets they go weak on this one?
Well, I would certainly say it's likely.
We might see Riley take it. We might see Rapace take it. And in fact, we might see Sills take it. She decides to skate weak a little bit and kick it. But Martinez has it and a little bit of space and a little bit of momentum. And she's horse-collared out into touch. And yes, that is a high tackle penalty against UConn. One more shot, it seems, as time goes down for Air Force.
With almost no time, I like to keep it inbounds and go for one more challenge.
Cowdery kicks to touch, line out for Air Force. And you see that run here by Martinez. She took that kick well, cut to the outside, and then just right around her neck and dragged her out into touch.
Recall that one actually, Elvis. Good choice to set it up. Oh, but unfortunate to lose it.
And tapped back by UConn, back into touch. And another chance for Air Force. And there's some debating. UConn thought it was their throw, and assistant referee Brandon Sortman said no. And now finally a good take, an accurate one for Air Force. They break off Diaz, digging out for it. McFarland is clearing out. And again, McFarland took it down by the line. This is the first real scoring chance for Air Force. What can they do about it? They're a little bit high, close to the line. A lot of standing around, wondering what's going on. It's held up over the line. And that'll be the end of the half. And that is rough for Air Force as they enter the half down 7-0. UConn leading 7-0 in this Women's Division I Fall Final. And we will be right back.
Just a reminder, if you need to use the facility, Calder Stadium, doors to my right is open. It is seasonally warm here in Greenville, South Carolina. If you do need a cold drink, or you have a concession Championship with Minnesota Duluth versus University of Wisconsin Redwoods. That one's going to kick at 3 o'clock. Right on schedule, folks.
What? Take that off my ankle.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Fall Division I Women's Championships. This is University of Connecticut in the all blue against Air Force in the blue with the white shorts. I'm Alex Goff from Goff Rugby Report with USA Rugby coach educator Katie Wurst. 7-0 UConn leads here at the beginning of the second half. And Katie, we saw Air Force get into all kinds of penalty trouble in the first half, and yet they're really only one score away.
Certainly they have been, actually, despite all of the disciplinary sort of issues around the breakdown, they're kind of managing it, learning referee Edwards' style in terms of what he's looking for to play. I think there was a yellow card as well, too. He's trying to sort of put a stamp on what he's expecting of these athletes.
Air Force had a prime scoring opportunity at the end of the first half. Got the ball over the line, but they were held up, and that was the end of the half. So
Push through, okay?
a missed opportunity for them. The one try we did see was from a missed penalty kick. The counter, the treatment of that by Air Force, poorly executed, a tackle, drop ball, and ultimately a try.
Early foot, early foot, back 10, back 10.
And there's a free kick against Air Force in this scrum for foot up, or raising your foot too early.
Nikki, kick it.
That was Diaz there, getting a little too eager to get her foot to the ball.
It's a free kick. It's a free kick.
It's not ours, right?
No, it's a free kick. Ladies, it's a free kick.
Edwards
so there's
just
a whole debate. And you know, this is an interesting thing right here, because Air Force has retreated 10 meters. They can actually advance right now and go stop the free kick. They'd get a scrum. That's like a little known law that nobody really follows, partly because you run the risk of getting the referee mad at you. Heatherman up the gut, as she's been doing all day for the Huskies. Once again, Riley digs it out, uses her forwards once more. Cox.
Go away!
Not rolling away, Air Force once more
Back 10.
with the penalties.
Over there. 7.
And UConn going for the quick tap, but they are brought back by referee Dave Edwards. And the tap now, Heatherman. She just taps and goes straight in. She's met by a wall of zoomies.
Nope,
Just on the line though. Now Sills looking to use Rothery, the fullback. She is taken down nicely by Akinla Sotu. But Fulch gets it. She's out there. Air Force trying to rip the ball free. Not happening. Riley goes herself. Down to the ground. Clear out now. And a penalty against Air Force.
No walking through.
And a penalty against Air Force for no walking through. I think what they're saying.
That's 2 against you. When you've made the tackle, and then you walk with your hands, and then you stand up and go through, okay? No more from you.
Can you explain what you're seeing for me and what you need to do instead?
You've made the tackle. You need to get up and back out, not walk through. You're walking through on your hands, okay?
So
back 10. Don't walk through.
So the referee is telling.
Scrum option. Scrum option.
Is telling Gianna Cowdery that when she makes the tackle, she sort of is crawling on her hands and knees over the ball. You've got to get back on your feet. It doesn't, and he's saying no walk through, but what he's saying is you're staying on your hands and knees and doing that, and that, so we see, there's the tackle, and then staying on her hands and going through. She's got to get up. So that would be the penalty. There's a warning there, so they're under sort of a yellow card warning. Sills now. Sills fakes it, goes herself, and she hasn't done that all day. And she picked exactly the right time for it after setting up all those plays with her centers. Nikki Sills just shows the ball and goes right through for the try.
Just a beautiful decision there to take the scrum option, setting up that platform, and Sills absolutely just taking it through. He saw the gap, nice evasive maneuver there too, saw the space, well done. Good individual effort by Sills. Good smart decision making too for this UConn team.
Well, a good scrum platform from the UConn forwards, and Air Force is circling up now, discussing what they have to do. They are going for, and we've seen this in the previous game, in the Division II final, the idea you spend all day going for the poach, the steal, because turnover ball, as the kick is just a little bit shade to the right of the post. The turnover ball is such great attacking ball, but if you go for the poach or you go for the steal all the time, you run the risk of giving up penalties all the time. Great dummy from Nikki Sills in the touchdown.
Just fantastic effort, too, to back herself. She saw the gap there, and she just absolutely went for it, too. Such good confidence from this clear team leader here.
And so 12-0 UConn leads just a few minutes into this first half.
UConn starting to just distance themselves a bit, too. Sills just poking around, trying to find the breaking point here of that Zoomies defense. She certainly did on that out.
Baumgarten kickoff, fielded by the Huskies. And once again, Laura Heatherman is their go-to player, and Sills then puts the boot to it all the way down the field. Midas, she's underneath it, but it's in touch, takes the quick one, and Gold was right there for the chase, and Brianna Martinez really has nowhere to go. Problems all over the place for Air Force. And Katie Wurst, they call it the quick line out for a reason. You got to take it quickly. You don't just sort of stand there and wait for that opportunity.
Midas not maybe the best decision there, too, especially since the pressure was on. Gold really just forcing her to make that decision. Probably should have just kind of taken a deep breath for a minute, waited for everybody else to align there. I know she wanted to go quick and launch this sort of counterattack, but not maybe the best option.
Midas trying to turn it into Gold, but Gold plays for the other team, so that's a bit of a problem. The catch and the drive by UConn is still going on, very upright, but they're marching closer to the line. Penalty. Offside against Air Force. The tap to the line. And it looked like Heatherman taking a quick tap and going to the line, and the referee says it was a knock forward at the line, and so no try. Heatherman puts her hands out in disbelief at that call, but knocked forward on the line and scrum down to Air Force. So they dodge a bullet there.
UConn's been really contesting these breakdowns here and the set piece work as well. Pretty critical set piece if they can manage to steal it away.
Set.
An important scrum for Air Force. They've got to get out of this trouble spot. And the kick, well, the ball wasn't really nicely and smoothly won, but it was kicked clear effectively. O'Brien, I think, took that kick.
Brian handled the pressure very well there. It's one of the best components of this UConn team, too, is really you saw that the pressure they put on for that potential quick line-out option, they're just always up in the face of the Zoomies, not giving them much time to make decisions. Anytime you can apply pressure like that, it makes it really tough for your opponents to do exactly what needs to happen.
And so UConn with the throw. The take by Fonts. Again with the maul. They're looking to try and maybe get a penalty. And this time, they just don't get the handle on the ball. They lose it forward, and another scrum for Air Force. So that entire sequence gained Air Force about 10, 12 meters. There's 10 or 12 meters they really needed. And once again, they line up potentially for the kick. Midas and O'Brien both probably thinking about whether they'll give the clearance kick depending on where the ball comes out. Well, UConn is going to put on the shove here. Let's see how the scrum goes. A stationary wheel. O'Brien has it. She's going to cut back. Tries to kick as she's grabbed. And somehow, that's usually a recipe for disaster. Somehow, that works out to her advantage, and it rolls into touch.
Somehow managed, while off balance, to get her foot on the ball.
To the left.
Again, another 10 meters, but these are hard 1 meters here for the Air Force Academy. Again, that pressure from the Huskies just relentless.
And once again, nicely taken by UConn. Sills is going to go back around the weak side. She's made plenty of ground there. Nobody was expecting her to do that. Another pick and go. And Heatherman running right onto it. Penalty advantage against Air Force for being offside. And again, this time with Rapace. And now Sills. What can she work? Fulch, Rothery linking up with Aline. And they won the ball, but it's knocked forward. And those final tackles, and that one coming from Kat Stutzman, the sophomore. She's the one who jarred the ball loose, I think.
Akin Lesotho on it as well, too.
That's right. Akin Lesotho, in fact, was the one who made the tackle. Ball went loose, knocked forward, and so Air Force again trying to survive this defensive pressure. 10 minutes into the second half, they're down 12-0, and what they really need to do is get out of here. UConn would love to score another try at this point. And that's the kick free. It's a good one. And that's Rothery breaking through past the chase, past the outside arms of Ali Baumgarten.
Tough that that kid didn't actually make touch there. Gave Rothery a chance to go forward.
And then Gomes to Fulch, to Gold. Gold taken down by Akin Lesotho. And once again, the junior from Seattle, Washington, makes that ball come loose. And Air Force just hanging on. Not able to really kick far enough downfield to get some space.
Make sure you look at me, okay?
But they're able to chase a little bit, they're able to tackle a little bit better, and perhaps stay out of trying to steal the ball so much as just defend.
Akin Lesotho from Seattle, Washington.
Set.
Certainly another place with probably a Seahawks fan, one that's very interested in tackling. She could probably teach them a thing or two as well. Been exceptional on these tackles.
And not a good pass to O'Brien, and she tries to gather it, and she loses it forward. This is a very young Air Force team. Air Force Academy women's team, 10, 12, 15 years ago was winning national championships. They went on a downturn to a certain extent. They're coming back to national prominence.
Coach!
And here you see a lot of sophomores and freshmen on this program.
Set.
As they continue to play at a high level, continue to challenge themselves, they'll get better.
Hold your line.
But Sills out there working it with Rothery. Rothery goes in, but she is taken down by Baumgarten. Going sideways now, and in fact a little bit backward. UConn pushed off the ball. That's how to steal it and not get in trouble. And there goes Diaz, the hooker. Back out to O'Brien. Into UConn territory now, Air Force. This is much better from the Zoomies. McFarland trying to dish it off, and it gets dropped forward. But you see how the Yaira Diaz gets Air Force going forward and just quickly picks another pass. Nothing too fancy.
The key word being go forward there too, certainly one of the best principles of the game. Air Force Academy looking so much stronger there in that last sequence. Finding good position, you can feel their momentum just starting to gain. Finding a little bit more confidence too in their passing as well. Looking sharp here at this point.
Well, they got the turnover by rucking over rather than trying to get their hands on the ball. Works a lot better when you're giving up a lot of penalties. Well, there goes Sills trying to kick it. That's for Gold. Gold is chasing on it, but it really doesn't go anywhere. And
Almost turned into a box kick situation there too, where Gold was running onto it. Gold, really impressed with her effort. She was the one chasing down that earlier on the attempt of the quick line out. She's always all around the ball.
line out for Air Force Academy. And now, this has been an area where execution has not been best for the Zoomies. They keep throwing some not straights. This is much better. And out we go. That's Baumgarten. Picked up again, McFarland. The small but active number 7, O'Brien. Now we're working out to Akinlasotu. She cuts back inside. She's on the ground, not held. And right on the ball is Yukon, and she holds on to Akinlasotu, does not release it, and she is penalized. And she would have done well there. She wasn't held in the tackle, Katie. She would have really been better off just getting back onto her feet and running again.
You saw her just take a minute to get up from there too as well and kind of shake her head. She knew that there's probably a better decision that could have been made in that sequence here.
You see McFarland again, a good clear out. And then they started to use the backs. Well, the line out, they didn't make much ground on that kick. Sills kicks it here, and beautifully taken by Martinez. And she's gonna go on her, get on her horse. She tried to dish it off to Akinlasotu, and the center couldn't get the handle, but she does rescue it, and now we've got a break. Down the left sideline, a great offload, and once again, Air Force close in. Can they win it? Can they get that ball moving? Very, very slow going. And a pop back inside. I think that's Diaz running with it. Got it again. And back in to Literal, the freshman. And a pick so close to the line. They were held up at the end of the first half. Can they get it down this time? Yes, they can. And that is a huge try for the Air Force Academy. They needed that badly. And I think it is Cowdrey, the scrum half, who gets it.
And that was just a great, good strike run there from Literal. She just took the ball going forward, gave just enough space that she needed, gave a chance for some support to come through. And then if Cowdrey was the one that touched that down, good work to finish it. But bringing that back, not the best decision by Sills. I mean, it was to clearance kick, but just kicked it into the oncoming hands there of Martinez. Martinez had an errant pass too, but Akinlasotu was able to handle it.
And you see that they're up a little bit high, but they're able to get to ground and win that and get the forwards over to clear it out. Nice pop to Literal, who came so close.
That was Literal's right there, strike run there, bringing a couple defenders with her.
Well, the kick was over. It was a line drive kick, so it is 12-7. The restart doesn't go 10, but McFarland went in to field it, and if the receiving team fields the ball and it doesn't go 10, then that's okay. And there's a penalty now, and the quick tap. Cowdrey again, running, getting out of the grasp of the defender. Once again, this is a completely different Air Force team from the one we've seen for the last 60 minutes. And it's Yukon that's getting in trouble at the breakdown. And back out to Martinez. Martinez tries to go around her opposite number. Gold takes her down. Still going left, which is the opposite side of the field we're on, so we hope that they come closer. And it's slowing down now. Once again, they've got it in contact, pushing it forward. Forward's just kind of leaning in, but out it comes now. O'Brien just goes herself. They're so close to the line now. Back outside, Akinlasotu just hit so hard, so quickly. A lean from Yukon, but still, Air Force has it. Cowdrey back outside, one more. And still the Yukon defense is there. Another pick. Very upright, and it looks like maybe Yukon has taken it. Yep. And in fact, it's going to be a penalty,
Release.
not
Play on the
releasing
ground.
tackle player. So UConn stole it. And Air Force tried to steal it back, but
Yeah,
they
the
did it
player's up.
illegally, and it'll be a penalty.
Tough penalty to give up here too. This could cause sort of a shift in terms of who has more ball possession. But really credit to Cowdrey as well for just marshaling the troops, getting him forward. She's done a fantastic job of just picking up the tempo, and now we're playing more like Zumi's ball. Looks much more like they're in control.
Well, a really good rip and go. And I think
Go on around.
not sure who that was
Blue one's
for
coming around the
UConn.
back.
But we've seen
And 6.
Stutzman get involved in the forwards. We've seen Baumgarten. She was the one standing out there on the wing, hoping for the opportunity. The ball is loose. It's recovered by Air Force. They've got it again. So eager, you hear them say, yes, yes. And that goes to Winder. Tatiana Winder, though, holding on once again. You just get the feeling Air Force players do not understand what is the problem with the penalties.
Winder, space operations professional as well. Also an avid scuba diver.
How many in? 6 in? 6. Get in. Let's go.
An odd little tactic from Fordyce of Air Force as she's smacking
Scrum
at
here.
that ball.
Okay. Accidental offsides here.
It's kind of like
Red
it's almost
kick.
an intentional
blue.
knock on.
Marks
But
here.
instead, what we have is player bumping into another player, accidental offside
Go blue.
against UConn, and it is a scrum to Air Force. Remember, just 5 points in it now, 12-7.
Coach!
UConn, Katie, is it fair to say UConn seem to be dominating at least field position in this
Fine.
game most of the time?
I think the last
Set.
5 minutes actually do go to Air Force Academy, though. They've certainly
Get in.
picked up in terms of the tempo of play.
And there's the 8-man pick from Fortney. Doesn't get too far, but now they're going wide. O'Brien to Literal. Literal is taken down, but again, quickly, O'Brien got Martinez. Martinez is free. Martinez is over.
Great.
And they have tied it up.
Great distribution of the ball there, too. Saw that they had her out on the wing. Excellent usage of numbers. They actually didn't panic when they saw that the space was there, too, and Martinez has been just really kind of sniping around all day and putting in some good work, and rewarded for her efforts.
Well, they took it to the right with the 8-man pick, and then they spun it to the left, and they've been trying to get Martinez a little bit of space to run in. She's been very good under the kick, but here, Literal was stopped, but it was a quick ruck ball, and then hands out, and Martinez didn't have to be asked twice.
Martinez is another pilot as well, too, for the Air Force
She
Academy.
wants to be a pilot. Hopefully she can get that, achieve that dream. She's a freshman. Still a lot of work to do at the Air Force Academy. 12-12, the kick is no good. And we have quite the ball game here. Looked like UConn was on their way to not only keeping their lead, they were up 12-0. As this time Akinson Lesotho lets it run because the ball does roll 10 meters, ends up being a line out for Air Force. It was 12-0 UConn, and they had a scrum, an attacking opportunity against Air Force well inside their 22. And that's when it all changed. Air Force managed to get out of trouble. They managed to go down and score a try. Then they go and score another one, and now it's tied up. And you kind of would think it was going to be 17-0 UConn.
I think part of the story has been just the inconsistency of the boot of Sills as well, too. Usually such a great weapon for her. Largely credit to the Air Force Academy for putting pressure in.
Well, that throw was not straight,
Scrum over here.
and so it'll be a scrum
here.
for UConn. Air Force, I think, has done just enough in the scrum to survive. And UConn has been running these backline plays, and really only a couple of times have they really broken anything open.
Keep your feet down. Crouch. Fine.
You see Rothery slotting in outside the outside center position. It's won by UConn, but Cowdery right on top of it. And still Rapace fights her way forward. And
Rapace.
Again with the forwards. Sorry, Katie. And Cox, Heatherman. Those are their runners. Now Sills sends it out. Rothery, she's taken down by Akin Lesotho. Just past the gain line, just barely past. And once again with the forwards, Sofia Gonzalez, the hooker. Quick ball. Rapace, number 8. And Air Force really not retreating at all. And that's the quick tack, that's Heatherman. And look at that tackle flying in there. Air Force, their defense is good. It's those penalties that have been hurting them. Rothery, she breaks through. Akin Lesotho took her down. Another tackle, Literal, getting in on there, trying to crawl away. She gets in trouble because she crawls away over the ball. And it's one of those difficult things, you try to get out of the way, but if the ball is there, you're still shielding the ball.
What? Hold on, you want to keep it out? You want to scrub?
Here you go.
I agree with Sills' option there to try to keep pushing the tempo there, but just wasn't able to
Good penalty.
toe the ball through the mark.
Roll away, 12.
You're telling the call was not rolling away. But credit, Akin Lesotho's been just every time that there's a critical tackle for Air Force Academy, one that's breaking it up, it's been her.
Fonts this time. McFarland takes her down. Back out, Heatherman. And Diaz takes her down. Looking to go back left again, Rapace. And that's Baumgarten with the tackle, the wing. And now out to the backs. Look how quick they come up. Left a little bit of a gap there, but it worked. And we're going to go back to a penalty. And the referee said, let's not do a quick tap because I think we may have a discussion, possibly a card. There's been a lot of warnings here. Let's listen in.
Once again, your team is starting to infringe at the rucks, coming in from the side, not going back last foot.
Okay.
Get your team to clean it up.
Okay, 1 minute, sir.
No, 10 seconds. Get cleaned up.
That's really like that hold there too. They had momentum going forward though. I know he wanted to have that conversation.
Heatherman taps quickly. That was a very quick 10 seconds that the referee gave the Air Force to discuss it. And he gave a warning, infringing in the rucks. And that rip out. And I have to say that was a harsh penalty to say that that is a penalty.
Listen.
But we're going to see possibly a card.
Come, please. I just warned you that I need to be cleaned up at the ruck.
Well, this is a problem of clarity, Katie. The Captain Cowdery asked for a minute, not literally a minute, to tell the team this was the problem. And then as she was doing that, he allowed the quick tap. And then the rip out, I think, was a little bit, it seemed legal to me, but finally the try is here. The tap by Heatherman had to tell at some point, and with a player down, Air Force has given up a crucial try. Just about 11 minutes to go, and it is 17-12 for UConn.
I think that was Lazarus was maybe in on that one as well too. You knew that something was going to go well for UConn at that point because nothing is going right in the direction for Air Force Academy. They're just struggling to understand the interpretation of the match official. It's one of those things that's uncontrollable. You got to focus on what you can do defensively to make the difference. They just took about half a second to take play off, and it didn't quite work for them out. But UConn's really, really happy with that outcome.
You're absolutely right. Amanda Lazarus, the prop, the senior prop out of West Hartford, Connecticut, local player, is in fact the try scorer. The kick from Sills is good. It is 19-12. And here from a different angle, you see that she's right there. The referee is right there, sees the touchdown, not a problem. And a great fist pump from Lily Fonts as well. Yeah, we got this. 19-12. And let's see what Air Force can do to answer that.
Nothing better than a senior prop scoring on a penalty, too, in the National Championship Series.
And so very slow coming out for UConn, but Sills puts the boot to it. Let's play the game in the opposition end. Certainly Martinez, she's got Midas with her. Martinez goes straight into Gold. Kind of steamrolls her, but a nice tackle from the UConn wing as well. Loose ball, fumbling around, and it'll be a knock-on against UConn.
Air Force really has to kind of take stock of what just happened and kind of flush that stuff that really wasn't going well for them, make some adjustments around. As you said, the breakdown again, more and more of what's been the Achilles heel for the Zoomies so far. Taking a little extra time to make sure the scrum is secure.
And a good shove from UConn, but Air Force somehow gets it back. Literal, Akin Lesotho looking to use Baumgarten, but it's just very static, not passing in front of the player. Back we go though, O'Brien, no one with her. Stutzman clears out.
That was Aileen on that pouncing tackle there.
And again, somehow they get it moving. Martinez offloads.
Nice long body position ball placement there.
And again, the good pass out, Cowdrey. This is better from Air Force. They've got time. And that is Winder. Akin Lesotho said, I'm right here for you. And there, she was held in the tackle, and she stood right back up.
You got the sense that she wasn't going to be letting go of that ball anytime soon. It just popped back up too quickly.
Really could have made that offload, but once she was taken down, she had support. There was clear out support. Didn't really need to get back up. And so the kick to touch. Rothery. Well, that could have been blocked. As you see the run now. The fend off, the look, that's where the offload could have been. And then taken down. You know what? She wasn't held. She was not held at all, in fact. A hand resting on your hair does not count as held. So a little bit of a harsh call against Winder.
Largely had to do with just the rolling over motion.
Yeah. Shayna Kennedy goes for UConn. And Baumgarten had an opportunity to block that kick and stop it from going into touch. Not sure why she didn't. She just let it bounce. But Alves. And then out we go to Rothery. Rothery's taking that down by Akin Lesotho out to Gold. I think Gold drops it. And just a little bit, you know, that was all set up nicely for UConn to run their backline play, and the passing just wasn't there.
I think it started with Sills, too, just rushed that pass because she saw that they had so much space towards the outside.
And the quick tap, Cowdrey. I don't know, well, it wasn't a quick tap because it's a scrum, and I guess Cowdrey thought it was a penalty. So if you could quick tap a scrum, the game would be very different. Back to packing down for Air Force.
Probably indication of a bit of frustration from Cowdrey too. She had so many conversations with Edwards as well. Really just probably dealing still with that try that was scored back then for those repeat infringements that wasn't helpful.
Set.
And we're going to reset that one.
Straight.
Saw some great length on that last kick from Rothery as well too, in good position.
Keep our binds all the way through.
Maybe might be a good idea too to vary who takes the duties for the kicking game.
Coach. Bind. Set.
Here, 5 minutes to go. Air Force down by a try, 19-12. They have the ball. Akin Lesotho fends off one. Almost out of there. Managed to get the ball out. And there we go with Baumgarten. She releases and picks up again, but fumbles that ball forward. And Katie Wurst, I gotta say, I mean, it's one of those strange things. Baumgarten is not held in that, she's held in that tackle, and she releases the ball and stands up, and her tackler, if you see, it looks to me, doesn't let go of her. And so at that point, she fumbles that ball forward. She makes a knock on because the tackler, who is Aileen, who still had hold of her jersey.
See, probably just an idea to just get over the ball as well too, because it's likely that you will cause that knock on.
And coming down weak, Sills. Cowdrey just bottles her up. Another tackle, this time on Alves. And a collision there. Gonzalez takes it. And it hurt a little bit. Offside against Air Force.
Quite the collision, but came from an offsides position too. Just a little too over-eager. Have to get behind the last foot.
This is a chance for UConn to put this game away now. 3 minutes to go.
UConn in good field position here.
If they get a penalty, they're going to want to kick it, I would think. But McFarland is the one who comes away with that in the line out. A chance gone begging for UConn, and a chance here now for Air Force. Once again, Martinez grabbing that ball, dishing it off. The clear out is there. Akin Lesotho. Oh, she breaks through. I don't think there's anyone. I was going to say, I don't think there's anyone to catch her. And suddenly out of nowhere, at least for me, comes a tackler.
Except Sarah Rothery certainly got in the way there.
She certainly did. I think she was standing behind a post that was in my field of vision, but did very, very well, because that could have been a game changer right there. Well done, UConn. They steal the ball, they kick it free. Sills' kicking may not have been perfect, but it's been really important to them. Her understanding of when to kick. It's been superb. So we're going to reset this line out. There's about a minute, maybe a minute and a half to go. We've had a couple of chats from the ref and an injury. So maybe we've got a little bit of time, not straight. And we're going to go for the scrum. And too many not straights in the line out for Air Force. Something that
you've got to acknowledge that great defensive play too by their Sarah Rothery. Almost came out of nowhere to step up to make a really critical tackle. Akin Lesotho's been really dangerous all day defensively too. We saw a little bit of attacking prowess, probably a little bit too late at this stage.
And the UConn fans now letting their voices be heard. They feel like it's finally going to happen. Ball comes straight out the tunnel. The scrums disintegrate a little bit.
UConn really happy with the pressure that they've been putting in the scrum.
They've really not been challenged in the scrum at all, but they haven't dominated either. Air Force has been able to get their ball. And now we are on referee's time. Ball comes out. Sills kicks to touch. Doesn't make it. Offside is UConn. Nobody really made any effort to get back on side. It is a penalty to Air Force. Air Force retreating because they're so used to having penalties called against them.
Sills just trying to kick the ball, clearance for touch just to get this game over with. Just didn't have the distance, but had tons of pressure on her.
Still a few minutes to go then with referee time. And a holding on penalty, though it seemed like the ball came straight out of the ruck, just no problem. But once again, a penalty against Air Force. And the body language from Air Force, you see that they're getting a little bit frustrated now. And that is it. Kick to touch, game over. University of Connecticut holds on to win 19-12. And Katie Wurst, perhaps an imperfect performance by both teams, but in the end, UConn, too much ball, too much smart play in the breakdown, and some terrific work from fly half Nikki Sills, flanker Laura Heatherman, and especially fullback Sarah Rothery.
Certainly Midas as well too, a great player that stepped up, and you saw coaching staff get the water bottle dumped on top of them as well too. Just some great stuff from this UConn side. They have a lot of things to celebrate.
And,
Sills, just a great player too that was having some trouble with her kicking game and then picked it up. But Rothery, so many great striking runs, and at the end making a crucial tackle on Akin Lesotho, who was still charging at the end for Air Force Academy. Just some great fight in both sides here and a good contest.
That was a try-saving tackle. And congratulations also to number 3, brought forward Amanda Lazarus, senior and Allied Health Sciences major. And you scored the winning try in the national championship game. And nobody can take that away from you at all. Great memory for her as she put her side ahead to stay. This Air Force team, as we said, talented, many young players.
Yeah, sure.
And looking at some of the athletes that we have, but I think we're going to go down and Katie's going to talk to one of our interviews on the field after we get the awards to the players and the medals and the trophy to UConn. Jessica Alves, so active in the line out. Tessra Pacey, their number 8, made a lot of ground. And Nikki Sills still working with Jasmine Folt, Rachel Gomes. And there, as we look at the highlights of the second half, this is where it was 12-0. And suddenly Air Force got some life, was able to move their backs a little bit. There is literal recycling the ball, and the ball going quickly out to Martinez for that try. That was a huge one for them. This was just so much better work from Air Force when they were on the front foot. They were not on the front foot a great deal, though. They spent a good portion of the game trying to get out of their own 22, trying to get out of their own way, and trying to get out of penalty trouble. Lots of big hits, too. The fend off by Winder. The tackle. This was kind of a crucial penalty, though. This was a movement that was working well for Air Force, and then the drag down, not really held. She gets up, but then they grab her and don't really release her, and she is called for holding on to the ball when it didn't seem to be held in the tackle, and that was a big turnaround because that led to problems for Air Force. UConn, much more consistent in the breakdown.
You see some good celebrations there too for teammates that are happy.
And we're going to go down to the field with Sarah Rothery, and Katie, take it away with Sarah.
Hey Sarah, congratulations. How does it feel to be a national champion today?
I couldn't be prouder of my team, my coach, and my school. It's the best feeling in the world.
You played exceptional today. You're named player of the match. Tell us a little bit about what that, it was a really critical tackle towards the end. Akin Lesotho was coming at you. What were you thinking as that play was developing?
I was just thinking that girls coming at me, it's just like any game. You got to make the plays when your team needs you, and I just wanted to do it for my team and my coach and make everyone proud.
Were there any critical keys to success for your side today? You guys played with so much heart and effort. Is there anything that you thought that really gave you guys a little bit of an advantage?
Not really an advantage. We're a very determined, technical team, and I think we knew we had to come out here and just get the job done, and that's exactly what we did. We worked a lot on practice, on just playing our game and not moving our game just for the team we're playing, and I think we did that perfectly, and the result came out the way we wanted it to.
I definitely agree, Sarah. I think you guys put a lot of great pieces together, and congratulations again for being a Division I national champion. You gotta love that feeling. Thanks a lot. Go back and celebrate with your teammates.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a ton.
A terrific job defensively and offensively by Sarah Rothery.
And you see Sarah just sprinting off back to be with her teammates right away. Just a great player, too. Made a crucial play towards the end. And really just a great contest that we were able to, fortunate enough to be a part of.
All right, we will take a break, and we will be back just before 3 p.m. Eastern time, where we will return with the men's Division II final, University of Wisconsin Whitewater against University of Minnesota Duluth. That will be a battle royale like you've never seen. It's going to be a fantastic matchup. For Katie Wurst, I'm Alex Goff, and we will be back at 3.
Did that work? Okay, cool, cool.
Kev.
just know that this is on.
Okay, yeah.
So
I
it'll
don't.
be like
Yeah.
cursing and
Oh no.
screaming in the mic and stuff.
It's fine if I cheer a little bit for my team though.
Oh yeah, just step away from the mic.
All right. Thank you.
We encourage the cheer.
Just no vulgar.
At least not into the mic.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not a
If you're-
vulgar person.
All right. Never mind. Welcome back, everybody, to USA Rugby's Fall College Championships. I'm Alex Goff from GoffRugbyReport.com, and I'm with Katie Wurst, USA Rugby coach educator. You're watching USA Rugby TV. Of course, you know that because that's why you're watching. And we are here for the men's Division II championship game. University of Minnesota Duluth, the defending champions, against University of Wisconsin Whitewater, the team they beat last year. This is their opening sing for the Fighting Penguins from Duluth. It's kind of a Star Spangled Bang thing, but shortened significantly. That's how they get started. That's how they go going.
Great way that they pump
let's have a look at
themselves up.
how these teams got here from yesterday with Wisconsin Whitewater and Minnesota Duluth. Whitewater here in the first. And you see how they were able to use their backs as well as their forwards. There's Robbie Sindick, who went through against Towson. He scored a couple of tries. He was impressive all day long. And everybody filling in. Pakowitz, the fullback, going in at scrum half becoming fly half. Substitutes out there in the back line, and they racked up a big score against Towson to go through.
And Duluth got involved too. Take a look at Trace Bolstead. He's kicking some crucial points too. Absolutely clinical in his work with the boot. Just so, also a great playmaker here for the Fighting Penguins too. Just really a critical leader too. And then we've also got another phase coming through. I think that was Luke DeRoche's coming and finishing up this play. Just another vocal and emotional leader.
And Luke DeRoche, so central to what Duluth has been able to do. And here Duluth is in their regular blue and black striped shirts. Whitewater.
You can just sense the anticipation from both teams too as well. We're kicking off a couple of minutes early as well. You saw Duluth just getting themselves fired up to go. And Whitewater, we're in for a great contest.
Referee John Stevens checking his watch. Assistant referees Dave Edwards and Emily Shea. And the kick, high and good, taken by Garrett Shabilski. Who had a terrific game yesterday. And that was, he was hit in the air, so that's a penalty. And quickly, Whitewater, they like to strike this way. Pakowitz out there inside the line, trying to dish it off to Trueheart, their impressive winger. But Duluth has stolen it. They sent resources to that breakdown. Bolstad, and now out, trying to get something going, trying to get it out to Tanaka, but unable to get the handle. And you see Shabilski, he's not been playing rugby very long, but even after his first season, he went to play the summer with the Milwaukee Barbarians, became a pretty well-rounded player. He can play center, he can play hooker, he can play loose forward. He doesn't really care where he plays, he just plays rugby.
Crouch!
Here's the first scrum.
Bind!
And this is going to be, Katie Wurst, a big part of the contest.
Bind is just an arm reach, yes? Yes?
Yes.
Stevens looking for some eye contact too from the front row players, making sure that he's understanding his commands for an invitation to engage in the scrum.
Bind!
That's Tim Grams, the sophomore, is going to put it in for the Warhawks.
Hold.
And out it goes to Healy. Healy linking up with Van Lannen. Looking to get Sindic going, but the tackle is in there. Sindic
Push.
wriggling
Push.
free.
Push.
And up we go now, using the forwards.
Down it.
Very
Zach
slow
Kennedy
going,
rolled
ball not coming out,
into the
and
scrum.
referee Stevens
Okay,
says,
rolled into him.
let's just scrum it down. So you take it into a ruck, and it doesn't come out.
Get away faster.
Then it's a scrum, and Brady Wright,
Keep your
the
distance.
senior, might have wanted to get that a little bit more available. A big fend, but Lars Anderson was right there to take him down.
Crouch!
You mentioned Sindic already, another player that plays sevens with the Milwaukee Barbarians, making great connections too from the collegiate game into club.
Big shove from Minnesota. The Duluth has stolen it. Haase. And Tony Wilson actually picks that up. And still they're going, Fighting Penguins. Trying to free it up. Buntrock. That second row pairing, Buntrock, Connor Gleason. Boy, they're very good. Bolstad now. Didn't have any time to do anything there. Wants to use Hansen, but there's Buntrock again. Teddy Buntrock, fantastic player at number 5 for Duluth. Gleason now.
5 away. Push, push, push.
Tapio. And actually, Buntrock's wearing number 4 today. Gleason at 5. They switched it for us. And the hands out. DeRoche. And we're going to go back for the penalty.
5.
And the penalty looks like coming in
Scrum
from the
option.
side, and they're going to call for the scrum. An interesting move so early, Katie, but Minnesota Duluth thinks they can do something with this scrum, calling for a scrum pretty far out from the line as well.
I think they really just want to use the platform that they can create and also just send a statement early on to Whitewater that they're not afraid of a set piece contest.
Bind! Set!
Zach Schwartz gets
Stay
it in,
behind White.
DeRoche controls it. Schwartz to Bolstad, and he fakes, looking for Hansen. Hansen's ankle just tapped. He goes to the ground, decides to place it. Could have gotten up by himself, but he doesn't. Tanaka goes on. And now held up, and you see Sindic holding up one of the players, and there's going to be a penalty going in from the side once more. That's a maul, and the quick tap all the way out. The tackle, fantastic tackle there by Trueheart. All hands on deck for Whitewater as Duluth just puts the pressure on again. Buntrock again around the edge.
Whitewater did so well to scramble out to catch up with that cutout pass.
And again, there's a penalty advantage, and there's a try, and that is Connor Gleason, who took it up and punches the ball in the air like he's an Aussie rules player, and it really was just almost there on the backline move, and they sent so many forwards in to try and get over, and it just took a long time. Buntrock picked it up, then the drive, you see, referee calls for an advantage, side entry, and then Gleason is over. Well, Katie, we saw, Wisconsin Whitewater likes to strike early. They like to score quickly. And here they are, 5-0 down early on.
Really, that was the tale of yesterday, too. They're just blistering pace is how they got started. And now it's been more Duluth, but they're just playing, really sticking to the game plan, good deliberate play there. And as you talked about, that second row pairing between Connor Gleason and Teddy Buntrock, both of them back and forth, taking the ball forward, and Gleason being the one to finish the job.
Bolstad's kick is high, and a little bit to the left, so it'll stay 5-0. Duluth leads. I think we're going to see some points. These teams do defend, but there's so much offensive firepower in these two teams. I think we're going to see a few tries in this one.
And Gleason, an education major, originally from Neenah, Wisconsin, a product of the high school and U20 All-American squad. A really great bright spot here for these Fighting Penguins.
And so the ball not controlled, but DeRoche has it now, taken down by Wright. But Duluth recycles. Penalty advantage. Diving straight down on the ball.
13.
And you can see that. Syndic just went straight
Maintain
down. You
your
can
feet,
see him
just
just
so.
sort of crawl out of there.
Whitewater giving up a couple of crucial penalties early, maybe some frustration, just kind of working out exactly what to do with the real calculated play of Duluth so far.
Kick to touch by Bolstad. We got a line out right around halfway for Minnesota Duluth. Whitewater will be looking to try and get the ball, get a little bit of something they can use. Right now it's a long throw that's taken in by Wilson, but they turned it over. How did they do that? Syndic sends it back out. Let's get Trueheart going. That's what they want. I like Trueheart. So quick. Offloads it as he's taken down.
That's more like the explosive attack that we've seen from the Warhawks.
And Lopez going in. Now popping it back out. I think that was Kerner. Lopez again picks up. So huge, probably the biggest guy on the field right now. And then the shove on Brady Wright. Clearing out. And now Healy looking to use this. Oh, he's caught so quickly. Is this something he gets away with a lot of times, just sort of taking some time to evaluate his options. But a penalty against Minnesota Duluth, and instantly, quickly, they turn around and say, we're going to go for points. But there's that run from Trueheart, Katie, and we've heard a lot about that winger for Wisconsin Whitewater. He scores a lot of tries, but this is a national final. It's not going to be quite so easy for him.
Trueheart, an all-conference performer in both baseball and football in high school. Well-rounded athlete, just an explosive runner too. Speed for days. Trueheart, certainly something that Duluth has to take notice of.
Tim Grams is the scrum half, sophomore from Grafton, Wisconsin. His kick is up, straight through, going for miles.
Thank you, Tim.
Doesn't get any extra points for distance, but it is 5-3.
Grams wasted no time taking that option to put some points on the board too. You saw him make the request right away of referee Stevens.
And that is smart play. There's no debate. They know what situation they're in. They're in a championship game. They don't have to rush it. And a great win there. I don't see who tapped it back, but it was gathered by Tapio, Billy Tapio, the prop forward. And he went into contact, and then he lost it. Bit of a shame, because that was a really nicely orchestrated restart. And I think that was Gleason who went up and tapped it back.
Gleason just a workhorse too, getting all over the place. Always seems to be in the right position.
Hear the chant from the UMD fans, black and blue. Those being their colors. Obviously, they're a very, very physical team.
Alex, we anticipated a great deal of physicality for two of these sides. Also have just a ton of pace as well. Just some really fantastic rugby that we are fortunate enough to be able to watch.
It makes for some big collisions, and we're going to see quite a few of them. Grams at the back of the scrum now, out to Healy. Healy fakes, he's going to go himself. Arm a little bit around the neck, but maybe Wilson was able to slide back off. Still very upright. You can't get away with that against either of these defenses. Duluth a little bit early off the defensive line. and will end up with a knock-on. And that's an interesting question. We've seen that happen in a few games when players are offside and the referee says get back onside, which is good refereeing, but then the offensive team knocks the ball on and said, well, weren't they offside? How about a penalty? And he's like, no, I got them back onside, so everything's fine. We let people play.
The key really is about game management, making sure that you can be vocal
arms out,
and make
please.
it clear what your expectations are. If you can set that tone from the beginning as a match official, things will go much better for both sides.
Scrum down for Duluth. And Schwartz gets around the back of it. It's a big shove from Duluth, but it's wheeled. And wheeled for a turnover by Whitewater. So you see that Sam Kerner slapping players on the back, saying, way to go. That's how you defend that.
Whitewater has to be happy with that result as well. Just trying to play more of a tactical scrummaging game too.
Big shove, and Graham's going weak. He's got Prias with him. And Wright picks it up, just sort of to consolidate it. An attempt at a counter ruck, but Shabilsky comes in as first receiver, the hooker, and that worked out pretty nicely for Whitewater. And Shabilsky comes in and loops around. He gets the return pass from Pakowitz. Talked to both of those players yesterday. They know what they want to get. And that's Lopez out in the middle of the field, not exactly an open field runner. He's hit pretty early. And off we go with Smith. Graham's digging for it again. Some more continuity. And that's Sindick. Sindick likes to go up the middle. And we were going just fine, then we just sort of stopped the play. But a good continuity from Wisconsin Whitewater and some pretty solid defense from Duluth as well.
That's a big challenge there for this Warhawks squad, is once they do find some space to work with, it seems that Duluth just comes up hard, applies a lot of pressure there defensively, and they just haven't found any breaking points yet.
Well, there's a discussion between assistant referee and Dave Edwards and John Stevens, the referee. And we're going to have a discussion.
Reports come in from the touch shows about foul play on number 7. Counter ruck came through, number 7 came through with an elbow and missed. Because it was a miss, it's going to be a penalty only. Talk to your players about self-control, like we spoke down there, please.
A very clear, calm message from John Stevens, a report. Alex Marshall comes in to clear out with an elbow, and he missed with the elbow. And he said, because you missed, it's only going to be a penalty. There's no yellow card, but talk to your players about self-control. And that is it. You know, in a final, emotions are high, adrenaline is high, but what you do with that can sometimes be very, very costly.
Certainly, we've seen just a little bit of off-the-ball action, maybe holding on a bit too long after a tackle or a ruck as well. Some things that can stir up emotions in players, ones that you need to just move on past that, making sure that doesn't distract you from the task at hand.
These teams know each other very well. Rivals, both have won national championships, met each other in national championship situations. DeRoche going in for Duluth. They clear out Zach Smith. This is Heckel.
Great technical tackle there by Van Lanen to get him to ground.
Buntrock. And the poach attempt, but they clear out, and the penalty will be not releasing the tackled player. Sindick.
Sindick lightning quick. As soon as the ball's to ground, he absolutely gets his hands over the ball.
And I see that Sindick and Trace Bolstad both say this. Excuse me. Sindick and Jack Healy talk about this.
Oh, I will.
That they let go. He had daylight between him, and then he went back for the poach and tried to hold on.
Zach, good. Not releasing.
There'll be a penalty for not releasing the tackled player. Clearly the Whitewater players didn't agree with that, but it'll be a line out for Minnesota Duluth. Sam Freeman taking the throw. And stolen by Shea Haase. And in fact, it looked like there was a big miscommunication. And oh, look at the counter now. Whitewater looking so good with that. Marshall trailing very nicely in support. They tried to get it out to Trueheart. Didn't really work too well. And a knock on. And Katie, I don't know, it just looked like they threw it straight to the opposition player. There was no jump from the Duluth players at all.
That was an unfortunate end to that series. There was a bunch of great little quick hands passing through there.
You see the miscommunication on that line out.
That's Sindick there with the little flick pass to Healy. Healy's so quick in distributing the ball. I think that was eventually to Marshall too.
And then they lost it in contact. So it'll be a scrum to Duluth. We are almost midway through this first half. And out to Bolstad. Hansen. And looping around with Van Lanen. And then Tanaka. Tanaka well taken down. And again they go left with Wilson.
Ball carried out, turnover White.
And it will, Wilson is
Blue
dragged
into the maul.
touch.
Stand down. So scrum
And that
White.
was the right wing Zach
took it
Trias,
into
the
a maul,
freshman
went
marketing
out of
major
line,
from
5
DePere,
here.
Wisconsin, who caused the
Stand,
line out.
scrum.
So we're all the way back down where we were before, and only the throw in now is from Whitewater. But some good back play from Duluth. The defense was just there. Healy, in fact, all the way across to stop Tanaka.
Healy, we saw earlier just with that great quick flick pass. Such a great distributor of the ball. Something really critical that Whitewater needs to make sure that they can pass around the pressure that Duluth has coming up and facing off with them.
Well, taken nicely by Kerner. And out they go. No thought of kicking. There's the thought of running. And that is Trueheart. Trueheart gets past Hansen. He's got plenty of players to beat. But the ball is loose, and Hansen, in fact, is the one who gets up and steals the ball and pops it to DeRoche. And why so quick both ways? Players smart to get back on their feet, back on side, and Hansen almost blew that wide open.
You really have to stay on top of your game if you're watching at home for this. Just so quick to convert on whenever those turnovers happen. Luke DeRoche just taking advantage of the opportunity.
And again, you see Whitewater trying to run it out of their own end. And Trueheart scores from a long way away. But the tackle was there. Petrushka and Bolstad involved as well. So the line out won by Duluth. Buntrock again. Buntrock and Gleason again picking and going, picking and going. And we end up the ball not coming out, and it will be a scrum down to Duluth. This will be a perfect spot for DeRoche maybe to do an 8-man pick and come around. They've got a big weak side on the right.
You would think maybe Whitewater would have learned from trying to run it out there as well too, possibly maybe rethinking that in future opportunities to go with the boot. Really just clearance is key as well with Duluth. Now they find themselves in a precarious situation where they've got a scrum awarded to the Fighting Penguins.
White.
Again, the wheel. DeRoche goes right, and that wasn't a good idea at that point. Marshall took him down, but again, Wilson this time picks it up and goes around the right side. Clear out from Stefchak. Just the forwards now from Duluth. And again, all the way through. Is he to the line? No. Into touch. That was so close. In at the corner. Duluth thought they had it.
Fighting Penguins are just magicians in terms of appearing with the ball somehow, breaking through this seemingly impenetrable Warhawk defense, but they're finding those small little creases and being able to work their way through. And it's still a really great attacking position for UMD.
And they get their eyes up, the hands around the ball. Critical throw here for Shabilsky. There, go to Kerner. Oh, no, in time they go to Haase this time. And here, put the boot to it, Sindic. Not the greatest kick in the world, but it's caught on the fly. Trueheart again, offloading. And blocked by a player on the ground, so he's offside. So penalty to Whitewater. They take it quickly. Healy offloads again. Inside the Duluth half now, Lopez. And the whistle goes, a couple of whistles go. Offside once again, Duluth. A discussion with Trace Bolstead.
You got to bring that back a minute, Alex, and talk about.
That is your responsibility.
Yes,
fix him, or I will have to if he does it again.
So
exactly what Stevens is saying, making that
okay,
correction
guys,
there.
I spoke to you down there as well. Yeah. Just tidy up, he's a problem.
Tim Stefchek offside, fix it or I will fix it for you. Basically, and that, again, a little bit of a warning. Let's get this down. Let's not have the cards. Healy kicks it to touch. And again, an authoritative voice from John Stevens. And look at that chase by Trueheart.
You really have to ask yourself, is there anyone faster than Alec Trueheart? That was fantastic work. He somehow managed to get underneath the kick that was up and under and then just kept with it.
And then they were on the front foot. That's what resulted in the penalty. So they went short this time. Brady Wright took it. And they cause a quick rolling maul down to the ground now. And the ball doesn't come out, and it'll be a scrum to Minnesota Duluth. And that one was pretty effective because it was very, very quick. But in the end, they don't get what they wanted out of it. Still, Whitewater now pressurized inside the Duluth 22. Bolstead has a very good kick on him. And Katie, do you see him kicking, or do you see them doing what Whitewater's been doing, which is running out of their own 22?
Well, I certainly don't want to take any gamble. Really, it's about just relieving the pressure. You saw Tim Grahams just kind of throw his hands up. They thought they had a good drive going, and then unfortunately had that knock-on happen. But if you're Bolstead, certainly just get the ball out of town at this stage.
Schwartz to Bolstead. Bolstead is going to run it. He's going to get Van Lanen Heckert working. And now they kick it. Pakowitz, the captain, experienced, athletic. He starts to go left, he goes right. He's got Prius with him, but he's kind of on his own now. So he lofts a high one. There's a chase on. It's dropped. It's worked out just fine for Whitewater. And sometimes the high ball isn't just an option you take because you run out of options. It does put a player under pressure, and what you're hoping for is often just a mistake.
I was certainly thinking it's pretty uncharacteristic of Bolstead, too, but he certainly heard the footsteps of the Warhawks coming at him.
Seconds. Walk weak. Seconds coming, seconds coming. Sink.
Crouch. Bind.
Early engagement by Duluth. It's a free kick, and off they go. Healy, he's got Sindic with him. Put Sindic through the gap. Trying to pop it off, but they lost it. Trying to do too much. And it'll be a knock forward advantage, not gained, so knocked forward by Whitewater. And Katie Worst, that is the thing where a free kick is something that you really want to use, and they just forced it.
I think that was Healy going quick to Sindic. He had it there. Who it actually was Tanaka. Sneaky work getting into the passing lane there for Duluth. He shut that whole series down.
It might have been better off taking a tap and going down the right side where there weren't too many defenders. But so Duluth back with the scrum. Schwartz again to Bolstad. Bolstad puts the boot to it. A long, spiraling, dare I say, majestic kick, and just bounces into touch. Completely turns around the field position on this game. From inside his 22 to just a few meters outside of the opposition 22.
Much better option there for Bolstad. You don't want to kick into the outreach hands of Pakowitz like he did, because he'll come right back and throw that high ball at you. So at this case, good field position. We'll see if they can recover the line out.
Shabilsky with the throw for Wisconsin. Their line out has been working just fine. They've used 3 or 4 different receivers. Kerner is their #1 man. He's dependable in that. Shabilsky's dependable with the throw. But problems all over the place. Turnover, Logan Hansen. And that was a miscue that hurt them badly. Hansen takes it. He'll take those all day. He did one yesterday. And it is a turnover. And we see the passing out to the backs. It's a bad pass. It bounces, recovered. Recovered, in fact, I think, by Austin Heckerl, and popped over to Logan Hansen for the try. And Katie Worst, that was, you got to call that a soft try?
Just possibly the worst outcome for the Warhawks there. They had possession of the ball, and just passing really let them down at that moment. And then Hansen able to just gobble up the ball, and there's a couple of opportunities there. Coach Jeremy Kachuba describes him as the emotional leader. So fun to watch every time he is able to find the try zone. Comes up, and you just see the crowd come around him, and his teammates there are certainly willing to just join in with him to exalt on their great fortune at this point.
Well, the kick, not a hard one for Bolstad. He gets it over. 12-3 now, Minnesota Duluth leads. 12 minutes, 13 minutes left in the first half. And Whitewater stunned, but they've had to play a lot of rugby out of their own 22. And we praise them for being patient in taking that kick for points early, but they've rushed it a couple of times since then. Taken by Freeman, the hooker, goes straight up. Nicely cleared out by Anderson, the experienced prop. Again, Bolstad, static ball, tries to make something happen. Sindick makes the tackle and held up a little bit. Out they go again. Coming back Duluth, but Whitewater slow to get back on side.
5. Ball has to be made
Heckerl
available.
has been asking questions of those defenses. And Zach Smith coming in from the side. Bolstad going for touch. And they could have perhaps kept that in, but it does make it to touch, and it's another attacking lineout for Minnesota.
Trace Bolstad, just such an on-field leader here too for this side, as defending national champions. Minnesota Duluth, they lost a number of individuals and personnel due to graduation last spring. It just seems like basically they have just reloaded and found a number of different players just stepping up.
Nicely taken by Gleason. Bolstad now, he's got DeRoche with him, using the number 8 as kind of a crash ball thing, but he's very slow, gentle running at this point. And now they use Hansen as a decoy and trying to get Heckerl free. Looking to use Petrushka as well. And the forward's going, but I think they've lost it. Loose ball, and Whitewater has taken it. And in fact, they've gotten a penalty. And that was great defense on the left wing. Trueheart was in on that. Healy was in on that. And I think so was Alex Marshall, the flanker. But the thing about Duluth, Katie, is that
Halfway between, guys.
they very rarely
Push.
give up tries. And the first two rounds of the national playoffs, they gave up no tries. And yes, it was the field was covered with snow. They managed to score tries without too much trouble. They scored, I think, 11 in those 2 games, and they gave up 0. They gave up a couple of tries yesterday against a really, really solid Salisbury team, but they were in control.
And defensively, just thinking about Dan Rebell and Bryce Lanhart, who are watching from the sidelines due to injury. Just so many talented players here.
And Healy sets up a run for Trueheart up the middle. Trying to use that winger a little bit more. There's a penalty advantage against Duluth. Again, they work it. Healy popping it back inside to Kerner, the number 8. Playing advantage, and it's a penalty. We're going to go back to the penalty, which is high tackle against Duluth.
Just before the penalty, there was Shea Hasse on the clear out too.
Now Connor Gleason getting nailed for the high tackle. He's 6'8", it's pretty difficult. There goes Sindick. Sindick through 1 or 2, just brought down, and straight down on the ball goes Gleason, who's guilty of that high tackle, and then he just dove right on the ball. And he's going to get a talking to because that was pretty cynical.
Okay. The high tackle was
Excuse
against
me, that
him
was
up there,
Buntrock.
and then he was and using his hands. This area of the field, the discipline needs to be high.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand?
I do, sir.
Relay the message.
Yes, sir.
Discipline needs to be better. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
And Teddy Buntrock killed the ball right in front of his team's try line. Kind of a professional foul, some people call it. But Sindick showed a little bit about what he can do. You give him half a gap, pushed aside Gleason, 6'8", was taken down, and there you see Buntrock just going straight down on him. So a penalty, and they're going for points, understanding that at 12-3, a successful kick here will put them within a try, a converted try. Tim Graham lofts it up high, looks good, it is good, and with just about 8 minutes to go in this first half, Katie Wurst, we have almost a brand new ball game, 12-6, Duluth leads.
You could almost call them golden grams there. Seriously, a golden foot, absolutely essential. Money in the bank every time he goes to kick for points.
And that kick, there's a little bit of an error as the kick does not go 10 meters. They're trying to get their tall players to run under it, but precision on those drop kicks, pretty difficult to do, a little bit breezy. Different surface to bounce that ball off, so it's a scrum to Wisconsin Whitewater. Scrum center, fantastic attacking opportunity. They can go right, they can go left, and they've got probably the 2 fastest players on the field. One on the left in Trueheart, one on the right in Pakowitz. How are they going to use them? Probably a little bit easier to go right. But it's stolen from Duluth, and then Whitewater puts the shove on. The Penguins have it. And a pass back to Hansen. He can't get the handle, but it's gone backwards. Referee says play on.
Whitewater picking up steam here, certainly with the advantage.
They needed that steal. Sindick, he kicks it through. He doesn't kick it through. He tries to. Hansen blocks it, picks it up himself. Taken down by Shabilsky. Advantage for Minnesota. Look how quickly Healy comes up. But we will take the advantage of a knock forward. And the kick through,
lost it forward.
Katie, it looked like that was kind of I'm kind of out of ideas. He had people with him, and if Sindick had thought about just shipping the ball out
You got
wide,
blood all over your face, is it?
we might have seen something.
I think it was just a
Well,
case
that's
of getting
okay,
a bit too fancy there as well, or just seeing all he looked up and all he saw was just a sea of black and blue jerseys coming at him.
Cool.
One of those plays where if it would have poked its way through, we'd be singing its praises.
That's true.
Coach! Bind! Set!
So we're back pretty much where we started a few minutes ago with a scrum in the middle of the field. Oh, a big shove from Whitewater and the pop up, and the penalty goes against Whitewater. And sort of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, and Bolstead straight through. Bolstead only one man to beat. He's tapped down by Pakowitz. Trueheart is there to take down the support. Oh, but Trace Bolstad, he was so close with the quick tap, such good awareness. And the pick and drive now. Bolstad again. He's going to go himself again, but he's taken down this time. Everyone really low on that. Buntrock powers through. He is taken down. The ball is there. And Gleason, so close, already scored a try, has the lock, Gleason, and the ball is not coming out. So referee Stevens going back to the other side of the field where there is a penalty advantage.
Well, what started it all off was Trace Bolstead. His call sign certainly has to be ice cold because he is cool under pressure. Absolutely, you saw that scrum when we brought it back. They're almost picking them up in the front row. They immediately took advantage. What he saw was that penalty that was awarded, and he wasted no time getting the job done.
So it's tap and go this time, and he dropped it immediately. And they just had every opportunity to make something happen. It was a penalty for diving onto the ball. And Schwartz taps it, but there's the tap from Bolstad. No one's really looking at him. Schwartz makes the tap and makes the pass to Bolstad, and he breaks through. Just that one little tap tackle stopped him from going all the way.
Also, Bolstad phenomenal in that offload too, just off the ground, able to get the pass.
Good offloading. This is a very solid, high standard game. Division II, Division I, doesn't matter. Think about how many Division I teams would struggle against these two. Many would.
Also have to love and give some credit to the tradition of both of these sides. Duluth defending national championships. So many of them, their legacy of having siblings that have played on different squads that have been here too.
Healy kicks. That is a good clearance kick. Makes sure of it. It bounces into the crowd, and therefore there's no chance of a quick line out. Good solid win and clearance by Whitewater. 12-6.
Healy, no stranger to championships as he won a high school state championships. He's part of the Spearhead Academy as well too. Had an opportunity to tour in England.
Edina High School, fantastic program in Minnesota. And out we go with DeRoche. Oh, just thumps down Healy and keeps going. Advantage to Duluth as they go. Hansen cutting back. He's already got one try, looking for his second. Popped it out again. Stefchek. Buntrock picks it up. Gleason now. He's gonna pick and go. Back they go again. Bolstead now. A really quick blitz there by Haase, the flanker, and we're gonna go back to another penalty. And there we're gonna have another talk about things. Possibly we may see a card this time. I think we're definitely going to. We've seen a couple of warnings. But let's listen to Dave Edwards. And actually not able to hear him right now, but looks like in from the side, repeated infringements. And number 5 for the Warhawks, Zach Smith, will be taking 10 minutes on the sideline. See, there's that thundering run from Luke DeRoche. And Jack Healy, well, I think he'd want that back.
Smith taking off, has a great family tradition. His stepfather played for Senegal's national team.
Bolstead with the penalty attempt. That goes over. That's going to make it 15-6. We're going to see a couple more penalty attempts, I think. This game is on such a tight margin. Just about a minute and a half or so to go. And Whitewater thinking about what they can do to get through this yellow card situation. They'll kind of want to get down into the Duluth end and maybe work off some time right at the end of this first half. Buntrock has been everywhere today. He was a terrific player last year in the final. Again, in this one, DeRoche slips through, but he loses the ball. Kicked ahead and into touch. And that'll be the end of the first half. As we thought, a tense, physical encounter between the two. And Duluth leads 15-6 in this men's Division II final. Katie Wurst and I, Alex Goff, will be back for the second half in a few moments.
James! Yes!
I think just a couple of folks over at halftime here. We're going to thank our volunteers on the red shirts. South Bend Rugby Club. We're doing a great job today running these balls for these teams. Also want to thank our trainers out today. Take Francis. They do this work pro bono for free. They're out there in the green tent with them. They're doing a great job for us. Taking them in constant praises.
And we're back here with the men's Division II final. Second half just about to be underway. I'm Alex Goff from Goff Rugby Report with USA Rugby coach, educator, Katie Wurst. And here, Katie, we're seeing the highlights from a very tense and very physical first half. This is the first try from Minnesota Duluth. A pick and drive. And then Trueheart. You've seen a lot of him.
He's just blazing fast, Trueheart is. Absolutely, if you want something done in your Warhawk, get the ball in his hands.
And then the mistake, trying to run out of their own end. They lost it. It was gathered up by Austin Heckerl, the less well-known of the center pairing at Minnesota Duluth. He popped it to the more well-known Logan Hansen, who gets the try, but it's Heckerl who made that happen. Your classic center pairing where one of them is the less celebrated, but perhaps his work rate equal to or better.
You also saw that it was Syndic trying to kind of fly hack that ball forward, and he just missed it. And that was Heckerl just picked it up. Really good heads-up play there.
Now remember that Whitewater is operating a man down with a sin bin. to Zach Smith, their lock, and there's a big break from Luke DeRoche. We've been waiting for him to get something going and just lost it forward right when he was tackled. But the deep kick was designed for Whitewater to exert some pressure, and then they just didn't tackle.
That was a crucial tackle there, too, finally to finish it off by Shabilsky. It was lightning and thunder and everything else.
Right up, DeRoche shrugs off the one tackle attempt from Alex Marshall, and then Marshall didn't give up on him, though, did chase him down. Scrum down to Whitewater. 15-6, Duluth leads. And the push from Duluth, they shove it all the way around. And the last couple of scrums have really gone Duluth's way. They got a penalty, and now they've got a turnover here, and they get the put in for turning the scrum around.
You're a tight 5 forward and that doesn't get you fired up. I don't know what does. You see even the back line getting involved with that one. Really, these forwards that play for the Fighting Penguins, they do so much to produce good ball for this really electric back line. A lot of good things are happening here if you're a Duluth fan.
You got to remember in the scrum, you push with your arms as well as your legs, hold each other tight so you don't disintegrate. Go as one unit, and there's a big shove from Whitewater, but they get it out. Bolstead looking for Heckerl. Heckerl is down, but Sindick is right there, rips it out. Legal poach. Well done, Robbie Sindick. Whitewater has it. Not able to do much with it, and in fact,
Coach was fine.
The scrum to Duluth. The ball not coming out, so the poach is fine, but then we end up getting a scrum to Duluth. And you see, this is the way to poach the ball, but you got to make it work as well. Down he goes, hands up, back down on the ball, rip it away.
Certainly you'd have to see, he was an honorable mention All-American. Just probably something he's learned over development camp is just getting the hands to the ball as quickly as you can as soon as you get to your feet. But it's critical that if you're on the ground, you're out of the game. Robbie Sindick always gets up as quick as he can.
And then Bolstead getting to Hansen. Hansen is tackled. Quick ball though, Bolstead again. Trying to work his options. He'll go himself as he just did. Got a thumping tackle there from Demetrius Demoulas. And still they go, Duluth keeping it in with the forwards. They will do that until they feel comfortable to get it wide. There it is, Bolstead misses out Heckerl. Hansen, oh, he's got everybody with him, but a great tackle from Shabilsky, who'd been out there in the back line, the hooker. Duluth keeps it, Shabilsky trying to steal it, and it ends up being knock on by Duluth. It'll be a scrum to Whitewater. Hey fans, witness Olympic Rugby Sevens in your own backyard at the Atlanta Sevens, the United States leg of the World Rugby Women's Sevens Series. Support your Eagles April 8th and 9th, 2016 at Fifth Third Bank Stadium at Kennesaw State University. Before they head off to Rio 2016. Sign up for ticket notifications at usarugby.org/tickets.
Yes, Alex, you're looking for more high-level play. We saw so many great women's games early on, but get yourself down to Atlanta Sevens. There's just some great action that'll be happening there.
Well, sloppy ball coming out, but Healy rescued it well enough. Warhawks have it again. Looking to boot it out, and there is a big high kick. And it stays in field and takes a Whitewater bounce. And Tanaka trying to go somewhere. And Martin and Tanaka, just sort of a little bit of miscommunication. Martin finally going forward, and he's tackled and knocks it forward. And that was an interesting kick because it landed just in field of the sideline and then rolled infield and down. You see that great kick.
That was about the best whitewater bounce you could ever see of a ball.
It's true, right there, down on the ground and then downfield. So a positive for Whitewater. They've got a scrum now inside Duluth's half.
And Shabilsky was actually tackled into the assistant referee there. It is a full contact sport no matter where you are on the field.
That's true. Healy pops it out to Sindick. Sindick is tackled, but he pops it out back to Healy. Kerner there in support. And this is Wright out to Shabilsky. Shabilsky on his horse. Tanaka stops him, holds him up. Gleason has ripped it out of his hands, but neck-high tackle. Once again, talking about those tall locks.
There.
Buntrock and Gleason, they're very big. It's not hard to get it around the neck. Healy tries to make a sidestep. He beats one man. Taken down inside the Duluth 22 now. Sindick, he's caught by Heckerl. Heckerl's defense has been outstanding on the dangerous Robbie Sindick. Keeping it alive. Wright. But in the end, it is a forward pass. Pakowitz trying to get it out to Wright. You look at Shabilsky's break. This young man is a talented player. One of those guys, you just wonder, you got to find a place for him.
Tanaka in on that tackle, and then Gleason just so quick to kind of get his hands around the ball, too. Always aware of where it's at. But go back to Wright, too, in two positions where he's just been distributing, kind of standing in the middle of the field, making sure to get the ball out. And Shabilsky in good position to receive.
Still with the man advantage is Duluth. And Bolstad to Hansen. Hansen kicks it. Pakowitz, not a problem, takes it. He's caught, but he stays on his feet. Tanaka has him now. And there goes Sindick with Van Landen in support. Kerner, number 8, Wright clears out. Peckham clears out. Healy fakes to Pakowitz, goes himself. Two players take him down, but we're gonna go back, no advantage, and a penalty. Number 8 diving on the ball, and one of those little rush things, the tap was good, but then Tim Grams knocked the ball on before he was able to pass it out, and it ends up being a scrum to Duluth. Little mistakes. And you see Grams, he's got it, ready, taps it, nope, and then, in fact, if he had just let it hit the ground, he'd be all right, and then he could pick it up, but he tried to stop it from hitting the ground, and that's when he fumbled it forward.
Grams likely looking to just take advantage of a good field position.
Lost forward. I was spun around.
Just wanted to get the ball going, do something that they can just pick up the intensity here as we get deeper into this game.
Connor Bell is on as a substitute for Whitewater. What they've done is they've subbed out a wing so that they can keep a full complement in their forward pack, because Zach Smith is on the sidelines in the sin bin. Not quite sure how they're going to move it around. They may actually move Bell back to wing. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing, because Smith is back on the field. I'd have to say that Whitewater survived that sin bin pretty well, Katie. They just gave up the 3 points right at the beginning, and that was it. And Connor Bell was lining up as a lock in the scrum, and they had to reset the scrum, and he was quite happy to move back to left wing and let Smith come in and take his place back in the second row.
It's every wing's dream there to just jump on in. Solve some of the mysteries of the scrum.
5, 6.
Second row, special position. Gets to do so much, and now they're running out of their own end. Duluth. Heckerl. Like this player a lot. Not flashy, but he gets the job done. Now the kick. You see the tactic now from Duluth. Pakowitz, he was there to catch it, popped it up for himself, went up to try and catch it, and two players just sort of ran into each other, and a penalty. Not sure what the call was, probably sort of an offside situation.
Second attempt there for Pakowitz to use that high box kick up.
Pakowitz wasn't able to get a handle on it this time around. Makes a difference. And Whitewater now putting their hooker Shabilsky into the back line as part of the defensive front. Taken by Gleason. I think they're going to call not straight. Not straight. And it'll be a line-out choice for Wisconsin Whitewater. With the not straight, you can choose a line-out or a scrum. And it's always telling to see what a team will choose. Usually they'll choose the scrum if they're even or better. But if they're having trouble in the scrum, then they go for the line-out, which is a little bit of a riskier option. And there we go, nicely taken by Haase.
Gamble certainly paid off there for the Warhawks.
And Trueheart trying to get something going. Healy on the loop, and then out to Bell. Bell tried to bounce it back inside and have it come off the foot of Petruska, but the assistant referee Shea is having none of that shenanigans and saying, no, you were out already. So the throw in for Duluth.
Gentlemen, I see 5.
Step prior to that, you saw Healy giving us all a clinic in evasive maneuvering. Just so quick with his feet.
And a short one, lost forward by Tim Stefchuk.
Leave his neck alone.
And it just seemed like an odd choice for Duluth with the tall guys they have. Remember, Gleason is 6'8". Why not just go up high? But they went for a short, sort of low throw. It didn't work for them. Scrub down for Whitewater. We have gone
no problem, here to help.
Just about 12 minutes into this second half.
Crouch!
Shea Haase almost getting a paw on that ball there too. Towards the end of that line out.
12 minutes in, 15-6 still. Minnesota Duluth leads. No points so far in the second half. Sindick now looking to go through, go himself. Had Van Lannen with him. And loosens it out. Grabs out to right. Shabilsky. And they call a forward pass. Oh, looked pretty flat. A little bit over-eager. A lot of times the players running into support. You'll see that they get a little bit too flat. And there's the ball coming back around to the left, right. Yep, Shabilsky probably too flat, and that pass maybe a meter ahead.
Right, kind of chuckling about that one, thinking that earlier a really similar play happened. He either got away with it or maybe it was a really tough call to make.
Easy to forget the ones you get away with. And Bolstead to Hansen using Martin. Martin breaks through. A half break anyway. He's able to present it. And quickly they go. Much better from Duluth. Bolstead again. A wide pass to Petruska. Out to Martin. Martin, the fullback. He is tackled ferociously. Gleason coming around on the weak side. And there will be a penalty there, diving right down on the ball. And when you're upfield from those players and you can still read their numbers, that would be Alex Marshall and Connor Bell. Well, that means they're a little bit too far over the ball. Certainly, that's what we could see. And yet another penalty in the breakdown.
So that was Martin and Petruska really just on the smash fest here in that one tackle.
They tap it and they run. DeRoche had that long run right at the beginning of the half, but he is pulled into touch. But referee Stevens says, no, we've got another penalty and we're gonna have another talk and we may have another card.
So it looks like
One.
Healy's coming over to
Number 1.
facilitate this discussion.
Number 1.
Riley Peckham, the freshman prop forward.
Zach spoke to you about discipline. 7 came well off his feet, sealed the ball off. 1 just lay there, slowing the ball down again. It's another card.
There we go. So repeated infringements, killing the ball inside their 22. That is the situation we've seen sometimes with teams where the repeated
Scrum.
penalties, trying to stop the try. And in this case,
Gentlemen, scrum on.
we're going to see possibly a shift around here because a prop forward gets sent to the sin bin. Minnesota Duluth has asked for a scrum. I'm not sure, and I think what they're doing, what Whitewater's doing is taking Brady Wright and putting him up in the front row. So he is front row qualified. And sometimes you have to make a substitution there.
Certainly important, too, that the players have that level of experience.
DeRoche has a huge weak side open to him, should he choose, but I think they're going to take the shove on. And there goes DeRoche. He is caught by Marshall. And a knock on in contact. And I don't know actually if DeRoche should have picked that up, because Wright was about to pop right out of that scrum and we might have seen another penalty.
Well, Marshall was up to the task there too, which is quite a large one if Luke DeRoche is coming at you. Just a great co-captain here for Minnesota Duluth. A lot of collegiate select side experience as well. A number of these players from Minnesota Duluth have that.
Joined. Don't mess it up.
Mechanical engineering major is Luke DeRoche. He's built quite a little rugby career here as well.
Referee Stevens just talking about how they can avoid messing it up at this point. Making the scrums look pretty is what we all want.
And Grams sends out the pass. Healy, the kick. It's a high one. And it is gathered by Tanaka. He's going to go out to the left side. Petrushka, but it's a bad pass. And he's picked up by Trueheart. And Trueheart is going to go as fast as he can. He pops it off. He's got support amazingly. Van Lannen, who is really there more for his defense. He's not featured offensively, but he was there this time. Duluth seemed to be several of them offside. And the referee's arm comes out as Marshall picks it up. And referee Stevens calls for the penalty. Offside against Duluth. The tap by Sindic. Sindic fakes, he goes through, looking for someone. The person he finds is Austin Heckerl, but Duluth was not 10 meters, not even close to 10 meters really. And now Whitewater is in excellent position to just go for posts.
Golda Graham will line up this kick here, get a couple of extra points.
How often do you see that though? The quick tap, one of the things it can do there is if you're just at the maximum of your range for kicking and you tap quickly and go, if you catch them before they go back 10, you get another 10 meters and say, now we can kick it. Now it's a much better option for us.
I think the Warhawks got away with a couple of errant, just those terrible 50-50 passes, but they were all penalties to begin with anyway.
The ball is up. It is good. And yet another kick from the scrum half. Tim Grams, a sophomore. It is 15-9. Again, we're within a try, but remember, Whitewater has not scored a try, and they've only come close a couple of times. They may well need to get this on kicks. And you see Grams, a lot of height, a lot of distance. I don't think there was any trouble with his range.
Alex, you could bring that back. That whole series started with just an errant pass from Tanaka trying to skip about 3 players right into the able hands of Trueheart, who's so fast. It only takes one score to make it happen.
Duluth wins that restart. Just jumped a little bit higher. Bolstead now. Heckerl, Hansen, Martin's with him. Slow ball coming out. DeRoche. And remember, Whitewater has a player in the sin bin. They've gotten 3 points out of it since then. Healy trying to take Bolstead down. He misses, but Marshall is there, the flanker. Penalty. Not releasing the tackled player.
Tough penalty to give up there for Whitewater. Really kind of took the wind out of their sails.
And immediately Zach Schwartz turns around and points to the post. Says, Trace Bolstad, get us those 3 points back.
Certainly within Bolstad's range. And a good decision as well. Just get a little bit of an insurance policy.
And we've seen also, even a missed kick can do something. The previous game, a missed kick actually ended up becoming a try when a mistake at the try line from the defending team gave the ball up. But Trace Bolstad here, he'll want those 3 points. And he misses to the right. No good. So it remains 15-9. 22 dropout for Wisconsin Whitewater. Sindick, the big thumping boot. He doesn't want that to go out on the full. It's kept in by Tanaka, who is hit hard by Van Lannen. Minnesota Duluth retains Bolstad. Heckerl, Bolstad looping around, looking for someone, looking for Petrushka, I think, but he is taken down by Grams. Grams makes another tackle, this time on Buntrock. Gleason picks it up. This is their short yardage offense. It's working pretty well there. Stefchek. A lot of rolling there through, and that was Freeman, the hooker. Another one, another surge from Buntrock. Really disciplined stuff from Duluth at this point. Just as I say that, they fumbled the ball. It was good defense from Whitewater on that. They didn't try to poach it really. They didn't try to get themselves in any penalty trouble.
Don't drop your shoulder. Show me wrap.
You saw UW Whitewater's bench come alive on that one. They know they're in midfield with so many potent weapons in the back line here. Let's look to get the ball so they can take a run.
And so winger Connor Bell comes back into the second row because Zach Smith has moved up, Brady Wright has moved up into the front row, and that's because Riley Peckham is in the sin bin. So they still have 8 players in the pack. It's been very important for Whitewater to keep that. They've had 2 type 5 forwards sin bin today, and both times they have opted to take fewer backs, depend on their backs to be able to defend and get those 8 players into the pack, especially for the scrums. So Tim Grams puts it in, and there's a penalty. Pulling, there's an illegal wheel. It's basically pulling from the front row by Duluth, and Sindick taps it. He's got Pakowitz with him. Opts not to use him. And Sindick's gotta be careful that he doesn't get isolated, but out we go. Smith bounces away like a running back. Seeing the hole on the outside. Smart vision from the lock forward. Healy now looking to use Sindick. That's a wide pass. It's a little bit risky, but Pakowitz has it. Hansen has him. Van Lannen picks it up, and they lose the ball. And it's going to be back for a penalty for Whitewater against Duluth. We were running advantage for diving onto the ball. And referee Stevens says, please wait for a second. We're going to have another chat. What's the verdict here? Maybe a warning.
I'm sure Duluth happy to have that chat to slow it down.
And you can see it's really just a warning because it's just the referee and the captain. He wants the discipline to be better, and he's telling immediately, Bolstad turns around and says, everybody roll away from the ball. And you know that there's so much at stake for these teams. That's one of the biggest problems, is trying to avoid killing the ball. You have to make the conscious decision to make the ball available to the opposition. It is very difficult to do emotionally. And you see how close they came. Sindick sent that wide pass. Pakowitz, he just almost got out of the grasp of Logan Hansen.
Ball just slipped from his fingers there. And Healy elects to take the kick to trust in the set piece here. We'll see how this pays off.
Shabilsky with the throw. Kerner with the take. Pops it back out. Grams to Healy. Healy fakes to 2 players, goes himself. Petrushka takes him down. But they recycle. Kerner again taken down by Wilson. Back out to the wing. And now we come in with the flanker, Marshall. Marshall's so close. Recycled again by Whitewater. Sindick, first receiver. Runs into a wall of fighting Penguins. Back out. Pakowitz all alone. And Healy rucks over like a good fly half should. Van Lanen gets involved. Just takes them forward a little bit more. And now it's a maul. With Demoulas pushing a little bit. They still have it. Van Lanen again. Quickly out. Healy. Straight into Petrushka. Taken down to the ground by the wing. And in from the side in support is Sindick and Wright. And that was superb, tenacious, brave defense from Minnesota Duluth.
Certainly you hear now it's the Duluth fans' turn to get involved here. Just as you said, Lionheart defense there from so many different contributors. Petrushka with a huge tackle there. Closing in on 15 minutes left.
And Sindick, you see, was right next to it, and he didn't come through the gate. He just went in straight from the side. Pretty cut and dry call there. Nicely taken by Gleason. DeRoche for Duluth. Takes 3 to tackle him. Back out, Bolstead. Trying to go wide for Hansen. And they try to contain him there. Martin taken down, but he's not held. The ball went loose, but it went backwards. Look at them line up on that line, ready to make another hit. How many tackles has each player made?
Whitewater contributed a freight train of a counter ruck there. Somehow Duluth came away with it.
Zach Smith, a big low hit. He paid for it a little bit. Now Wright making a hit. Again, looking to make those hits. Bolstead. Bolstead fakes and goes through. As always, Heckerl is right there looking for some work to do. Back they go to the left. And Whitewater pushing them back, but Duluth still has it. And their continuity has been very, very strong in this second half. Ball handling just a little bit better. Another good pick and drive. And now this is energy sapping stuff to defend this. Out again. Heckerl rescues that one. Cuts back inside. Oh, he's still going. Is the inside center. And quickly out again.
He's so much good focus here on ball possession, eating away the minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I got my change on it.
Once and again they go. Bolstead to Hansen. Hansen looks like he's got some space. Fantastic tackle. Looks like that was Van Lanen taking him down. And then a switch move with Martin. Martin still on his feet. Martin still going. This could be it. In, under the post. Try, Minnesota Duluth. And that is fullback Matt Martin. Criminology major. Stole a try that time with some beautiful footwork.
Folks at home from Minnetonka have to be proud of that one. Just Martin sneaking his way in. There he goes, cutting back inside. He dances his way through, spins past a couple of defenders, and then dives all the way home.
Such patience from the Minnesota Duluth attack. Once they got that penalty and cleared, they didn't try to score a try from 50 meters out.
They put together at least minimum of 10 phases there. Like we said, just trying to draw it out. Good patience, like you said. they're just focusing more on watching the ball into their hands. Passes are a bit crisper, and even if they do hit the ground, they're making sure that they take care of the most important object on the field, which is the ball.
And there the kick is over, and it is 22-9. You think about the defensive effort from Minnesota Duluth, and you think that from their conference final through the first 2 rounds of the playoffs to the semifinal and now almost near the end of this final, all of those games they've given up 2 tries. And of those tries, both of them were against Salisbury, and one of them was late in the game when they had it under control. Phenomenal defense. True heart. Getting Martin to slow down.
They're especially great on the goal line. It's like an iron curtain, and no one can get through it.
Bolstead kicks, and I think that there's a big part of the defense. Something we don't talk about when we talk about defending and tackling is your ability to kick clear. And if you have a kicker who can get you consistently 30 meters, and sometimes more, that is an advantage. And that's a defensive advantage.
But credit to Whitewater, too. They started to force Minnesota Duluth to make a couple of errant penalties as well, too, really by just applying that attacking pressure. It was having some good impact, but Duluth made some adjustments, and they are much more in solid position here.
We have the sin bin is over. It's been over for quite a while, actually, for Whitewater, but they didn't bring Peckham back. They brought in Tim Rutkowski to replace him at front row.
Thank you.
Alex, you mentioned just the importance of being able to kick away and relieve pressure. Bolstead's just been on it all game long. Just a money in the bank kind of player here for the Fighting Penguins.
Well, we had not straight, then we had another not straight. And so we go back to the option. Duluth will say,
not straight.
Forget about these silly lineouts, let's do a scrum.
You're going straight eventually. You don't get that one.
And you look at also the fitness of these players and how hard they're working. Minnesota Duluth, I don't think they've brought in a sub in the front row. This is their starting 8. They've used the same starting 8 through the entire game so far. This is, in fact, I think their entire starting lineup. They haven't changed anything. Why would they? 22-9 now, with just about 9 minutes to go. For Whitewater, they're going to need a try very, very soon.
Just as you said that, Alex, as if you predicted it. In comes a little bit of relief there, too. That's just well earned for Sam Freeman.
Sam Freeman does go off. That is your first man off. And coming on is Chris Butler, Rochester, Minnesota native. Well, they have expected their entire team to put in a full effort.
5, 6.
And it is stolen. Great strike stolen by Whitewater. They needed that. And Syndic now on the charge. And he's taken down and he loses it. Syndic has been thinking about offloads out of the tackle, but they've been risky ones, as you said, Katie. And that one, well, he just went forward.
Sometimes you just up your percentage to keep possession of the ball. Just pays to just go to ground. Syndic, he's so dynamic too. It's sometimes just a question of where his support is, and he could maybe try to keep his feet a little bit longer, but not much you can do if there really isn't anyone there that you can offload to. Closing in about 7 minutes here.
And Whitewater seems to have stolen that one as well. The scrum falls apart, but it did wheel. And referee Stevens said, you know, let's give it to Whitewater at this point. But Shabilsky continues to come up with interesting ways to help his team, this time striking a little bit faster, stealing the strike against the substitute hooker. And a big shove by Duluth, but the strike was on Minnesota, on Whitewater's side. And that's why the referee said the wheel was going to go create a turnover. Whitewater wins it. Healy has it. Decoys with Sindic. They're thinking about Pakowitz and Trueheart at this point. Pakowitz, now Trueheart. No space though, Tanaka has him. Flips it back inside. And Grams had it, and he just rolled it back, and it just became Duluth ball just like that. Not enough resources to the breakdown now. Too slow is the Whitewater tight 5 at this point. And the Duluth tight 5 looks like they just started the game. Buttrock took it up. There's Gleason picking it up and just going forward. A few shoves. Buttrock again. DeRoche. Just every player going with somebody to help him out. And look at this, just pick, go a little bit. Pick, go a little bit. They're not trying to go too far. They're just trying to make a little bit of a gain. Butler, the reserve, coming in.
Duluth forwards look like kids on a field trip there, crowding around the back of the breakdown.
Martin looked like almost broke through again. Hansen, the high-profile player, content to dish it to other players. DeRoche, so sneaky. Down on the line again. Could this be the nail in the coffin from Duluth? Well, it's a penalty. And I would guess possibly that Bolsted's going to kick this through the post.
Oh. Sorry, time.
Well, the call is tuba. I don't know what that means. Unless that's an individual.
Referee Stevens going to just have a chat with his assistant referee, just to review what he saw there.
Minnesota Duluth, the discipline that they've needed to get to this point is remarkable because they're not in the strongest conference. Wisconsin Whitewater is in the strongest conference. I think that's pretty much accepted. But Duluth keeps their standard high regardless. And it is impressive to see when they come to the national championship level. As I said, with a sin bin, a third yellow card against Whitewater. This one to Sindic for probably a breakdown infraction. And as I said, 2 tries in 5 playoff games.
Tough way to go out for Robbie Sindic.
Yeah.
Played a great game.
But it's essentially the same as a sending off. He won't be back. And Bolsted will line this up. He gets this right. Then his team is ahead by more than 2 converted tries. Just gives them that much more of a cushion.
Yeah.
And it's good. Get the feeling he wasn't going to miss.
Certainly Duluth can breathe even that much easier as we've got around 4 minutes left to go, but anything can happen here. But certainly here the Warhawks, it's got to something, if it's going to happen, it's got to happen in the next 30 seconds. Great chase down on that restart. Duluth comes away with it though.
And once again, they're just going to get their forwards to get a little bit of ground each time. In a maul situation right now. And held up because of that. And Wisconsin Whitewater will have one more shot, but there's not enough time. Minnesota Duluth, I think, is going to be raising this trophy once more. 4 straight finals have they appeared. They lost the first one in the spring of 2013, but the fall of 2013, they beat Salisbury to win. And in the fall of 2014, they beat Whitewater to win. And here we are in the fall of 2015. Whitewater once again, their opposition. Whitewater once again on the losing end. These 2 teams at Golf Rugby Report, we've had them ranked number 1 and number 2 all fall. I kind of like being able to change the number 1. I wish something had happened that we could move them around, but it never happened. And Duluth was number 1 and Whitewater was number 2 all the way through. And so it has happened.
Just a testament to building consistent programs. Coach like Jeremy Kachuba has been here for years and years and really has worked to build this group. And as we've mentioned before, so many great former high school players are here playing collegiate ball.
Healy. Oh, that's Pakowitz. That's Pakowitz, the first receiver. The captain. Pops it out wide. They're in there. And there's the try. The try they so desperately needed about 45 minutes ago. Oh. And that was Zach Prius finally, but you saw kind of an odd play. Pakowitz going out, cutting back inside and circling around the back of where the scrum was and looked up and found the winger, Zach Prius, the freshman who dove in low.
Pakowitz just showing his athleticism on a cutout pass. He jumped about good 3 feet in the air. Just a really exceptional athlete too. He was a former man of the match in the 2014 national semifinal game. Just a great bright spot here for the Warhawks. Now as we get down towards the last couple of minutes, just the importance of Bolsted's boot, getting those extra points, that insurance. Whitewater's still got the ball and still challenging.
Well, they have nothing to lose right now. They may as well go. And it looks like they might have about a minute, 30 seconds to go. And Grams just boots a box kick across the way. Petrushka tries to get something. Connor Bell.
And Shabilsky on the great tackle there to knock the ball loose. Good decision to tap and go. Pakowitz taking it up, looking for some support.
That's Marshall, the flanker. And again, they flip it out. Healy looking for Van Lannen. Van Lannen fends off one. He comes down to the line.
Tanaka Terrier just hanging on to him.
And there's Pakowitz again looking to use somebody. And there's Shabilsky. And Kerner. Kerner into the corner. Yes, try. Can you believe it? What a finish. And the referee, I think, is going to say that might be the final play. But
as we said, you can't count any team out here. Kerner, such a great work to just get it done at the end. Shabilsky, who's just been contributing all day, good go forward ball.
And in fact, Shabilsky was the one who scored the previous try out on the wing. He was on the far side of the field. It's hard to see, but Shabilsky was your man scoring that first try. And he went in for the second try. The hooker playing wing or playing wherever he was needed. The kick is up. The kick is away. And that is it. 25-19. What a finish. UW Whitewater is not going to go down lightly, and they did not. But Minnesota Duluth, three-time men's Division II national champions.
It's good to be a Fighting Penguin here too, 3 times over. Phenomenal work by this Minnesota Duluth team. Really, you get the sense too that just a little too late on that last-ditch effort by the Warhawks. Maybe a couple more minutes and maybe this would be a different story. Valiant effort towards the end, just challenging all the way. But such a happy group here of Fighting Penguins.
You know, it comes down to defense. And while they gave up 2 tries at the end of the game, when the game was out of reach, those long periods of time when Whitewater had the ball inside the 22 on the line, and the Duluth defense just did not flinch. And you look at the respect between these two teams. They know each other well. It's not just a perfunctory handshake. It's a hug, it's a pat on the shoulder. There's a lot of passion, a lot of aggression, and a big hug from Connor Gleason to number 8, Sam Kerner. This was a hugely physical encounter, but these players have a lot of respect for each other. It's a great game. It's the greatest team sport in the world, and it's also the game that teaches you sportsmanship and respect. And we see that with the way they congratulate each other. We'd love to see these teams maybe play a couple of times during the season. They are producing some fine rugby players and some fine young men as well. Minnesota Duluth, just a great program. And as I said, they play in situations where they expect to win. So their standard is not winning. Their standard is playing well as they can. And Katie Worse, you know that that is very difficult.
Certainly, it's such a cohesive group of brothers here, really, Minnesota Duluth. You just get a look here at a couple of different plays. It was, on that one, it was actually Austin Hecker, who was just, as you talked about before, like a player that did so much in Bolstead. Look at this cutout pass. Exceptional work there, too, out to Clifford Petruska, who made a crucial bone-crunching tackle there. Speaking of tackles, look at that effort, too, by Whitewater. Just some great stuff.
And there's the spin out and the run by Martin, the fullback. And he spent a lot of time just sort of staying back, worrying about the kick. But when they brought him in to attack, he was so effective, so electric. And there's Pakowitz setting up the try for Shabilsky, one of two that the hooker scored right at the end of the game.
And Shabilsky as well, too, instrumental in this final movement. Pakowitz getting the ball out to him. And then he just finds a way to get that offload, and such a great grab as well, too, which was by Kerner. Just picked that ball. A great way to end the match.
Three-time national champions, Minnesota Duluth, Fighting Penguins. There's the trophy held on high. And in the end, you know, it's the combination of the backs and the forwards. And when the forwards needed to put away the game, that's what they did. Took it up and took it in slowly. Pick and drive, pick and drive, pick and drive. Challenge the defense to stop you. And to their credit, Whitewater did very much stop them.
Alex, so much needs to be said about how difficult it is even just to make it to this level of playoffs, yet to do it 3 times over, have such a legacy, and to come away winning for 3 times consecutively. Just an exceptional program. Credit to coaches, Jeremy Kachuba, Taylor Schnell, and Mary Swanstrom as well. Just so much good effort that they have, and creating, really just recruiting, getting involved with more high school players that are coming to this area, and just such a great credit to just the development that's coming through the systems, and youth just contributing to the collegiate game as well.
And you look at Whitewater, Matt Peterson's group, so many young players, freshmen and sophomores. Peckham, Shabilsky, Smith, Haase, Marshall, Kerner, Grams, Trueheart, Van Lannen, Sindick, Prius. All of those were starters who were either freshmen or sophomores and are coming back. You know that you're going to see a team thinking about national championship next year as well.
It's so fantastic to know for the fans at home that we'll be seeing more familiar faces in the same high level of rugby we've been treated to here.
Be interesting to see what we can make of some of the players, Division II, whether they can go to higher level. We've seen players come out of Division II to make the national team. Perhaps the highest profile, probably Paul Emmerich out of Northern Iowa. But there is talent, there is physical ability, there's rugby understanding that's being taught here. And you look at that tight 5 of Minnesota Duluth. And don't forget Ben Landry, of course, coming out of UW Whitewater as well. And you look at that Minnesota Duluth tight 5, Anderson, Freeman, Tapio, Gleason, and Buntrock. They were the rock of this team. And as we look at also Trace Bolstad, that fly half, the playmaker from Minnesota Duluth, a long, lanky player, a lot of physical ability.
And such a great leader as well, too, Alex. So much has to be said for his ability in that regard.
And celebrations and smile all around, but there's smiles and cheers from the Whitewater fans, and they have a nice retinue of fans here supporting their players. And now we can go down to the field where the fly half, Trace Bolstad, the co-captain for Minnesota Duluth. And Trace, many congratulations. What's it like to win 3 times in a row?
It's really indescribable. I don't know how to put it right now. I'm the happiest man in the world. Couldn't have done it without any of my teammates. We've worked so hard for so long for this. It started 4 years ago when we took runner-up, and we just had a goal of then on to establish a program, and I think we've started to do that here with 3 in a row.
Marking your play as a team, I would say first we talk about defense. You had such a terrific goal line stand against Whitewater, and you held them trialless until the very end of the game when the game was pretty much out of reach.
Yep.
Talk about that defensive mindset you guys have.
We knew Whitewater had a fantastic back line. They moved the ball around. They offload really well. So we just wanted to focus on hitting them low, bringing them to the deck right away. And we did that for the first 78 minutes. The last 2, it got a little sketchy there.
You also had something on your shoulders as a goal kicker. The points are coming at a premium. You kicked a few important ones.
Yep.
What's that like, trying to block out all the pressure and just say, let's kick it?
It's really hard. As you saw, I missed one from straight under the post. That was a little disappointing, but it's an honor to be able to kick for this team. It's an honor to be able to play for this team. It's just, I don't know. I'm just overelated right now.
Well, you have some great weapons. The forwards taking it up for you when you needed the forwards to take it up for you. You have some impressive players. I thought Austin Heckerl had a great game today.
Yep.
Matt Martin, what a try he scored. That was a real spark for you.
Yeah, Matt Martin is one of the most dynamic players, I would say, in all of college rugby. He faster than you've ever seen, has quicker side to side than you've ever seen. We get him the ball as much as we can, and he does what he does. Austin and Logan just pounded it in the centers all day, made every tackle on Whitewater's back line. It was a full team effort today. Not much any individual say they could do to help the team.
Well, it's pretty nice to have Connor and Teddy up there in number 4 and 5 jerseys as well.
That is. The whole pack played phenomenally today. Our scrum struggled a little bit. We figured that out. We started going forward with our balls. Our pick and goes worked all day. We just controlled the clock and ran it out on them.
Well, it's a team sport. It's all everybody, but congratulations, Trace. You're the player of the game for us in this final, and many congratulations to Minnesota Duluth team.
Thank you much.
And that is... Well, we want to thank everybody for tuning in. Thanks to LCTV for the production here. I hope you liked it. We worked very hard to try and make this webcast as good as possible and to celebrate the hard work of these players as you look at Minnesota Duluth celebrate again. And Katie Wirth, I'm Alex Goff. Katie, some final thoughts on this weekend?
Just certainly collegiate rugby's in good hands here. So many great players, so much great work, good teamwork throughout the weekend, and credit to you, Alex, as well, for just consistently delivering some good words about both of these teams. It's been an honor to work with you, and thanks so much for all the fans tuning in at home. Just been great, a great honor to really be a part of this collegiate rugby extravaganza.
Final thank you to Furman University and to Eric and Nick, and especially Alex Solomon at USA Rugby, working so hard. Alex running back and forth on the production side to make sure that you get to see some great American collegiate rugby. And as we see the end of this grand championship weekend, I want to thank you for watching here at the USA Rugby Fall Collegiate Championships.